Ooh, hello, my rockin' rebels. This is Howlin Jim Joxon, and you are listening to 112 FM Bandito Radio. I will be your guide. This station isn't just a station, baby. No, it's a vibe. It's a culture. It's a movement for the restless and the creative. We did this before, and it felt so nice we had to do it twice, baby. We got a bunch more music for you, a couple shows and some comedy, a little bit of everything. So let's just kick this thing off right, shall we? This tune is Channel Zero by the David Koresh Choir. Turn it up, baby, yeah! Ow! The David Koresh Choir. Well, hello, listener. You are tuned in to 112 on your FM dial. Bandito Radio. Ow!
I really hate that you had to hear it this way. You was worth more songs to the mixtape. You need to know you was more than a mistake. It was me who had switched up midway. I can imagine what your friends say. He always had to have it his way. Fuck him, you don't need him, girl, let alone the hard way. Ain't enough wine for the heartbreak. Ain't enough time, we in Pompeii. Trying to hold on, but it's too late. Now I'm in the line with a fool's weight. Could've had it all, but I pushed you away. I wanna be alone, I ain't got shit to say. But it's only temporary pain. Y'all can say I'm always in the way. Everybody know it's over, but you and I ain't all at fault. Only wish that I could change the past. It is what it is, it's a war. If I'm the one who stuck you in the heart, you the one who had me from the start. But I always wanted you to know that I love you more than I can ever show. Now I gotta go. Can't get back what we had before. Hate to cut it off, but we had to grow. Had to show the world I was out for blood. You was there day one, got it out the mud. Now I got the crown, but it's not enough. Cause it all came back to me all of a sudden. We was just two souls and it's not enough. Girl, if heaven falls into hell, would you risk it all? I just need to know. Girl, if heaven falls into hell, would you risk it all? I just need to know.
You are listening to 112 FM Bandito Radio. And here's the new one from Stereo Flowers. This one is Chevelle.
Nobody here really cares. Screaming at me in October air. Broken ears with the dead eye stare. Fire's pouring out of my car engine. Fire's pouring out of my car engine. She slashed my tires. She slashed my tires. I thought you had a girlfriend. Now Michael Myers. Bono said the streets are on fire. Well, not me, it's my fucking car. Fire pouring out of my car engine. Fire pouring out of my car engine. She slashed my tires. She slashed my tires. Fire pouring out of my car engine. Fire pouring out of my car engine. She slashed my tires. She slashed my tires.
This is Howlin Jim Joxon, and you are listening to 112 FM Bandito Radio.
Love's a teacher, it'll show you the way, but it don't promise easy, come what may. Like a child reaching out to touch a flame, even when they're warm, they play the same game. Oh, I'll be there holding her tight through the darkest hours, through the coldest night. But I gotta know she's strong enough to ride out the storm when the waters get rough. Life don't ask if you're ready or not. It'll test your will, it'll take your shot. But I'll stand beside her through thick and thin, with a steady hand and a heart to win. Oh, I'll be there holding her tight through the darkest hours, through the coldest night. But I gotta know she's strong enough to ride out the storm when the waters get rough. Love's a wild river, it'll cut you deep, through the highs and lows, through the pain we keep. But we hold on tight, we don't let go, 'cause the strongest love is the one we grow. I'll be there holding her tight through the darkest hours, through the coldest night. But I gotta know she's strong enough to ride out the storm when the waters get rough. So here's to the lessons, the ones that that burn. Every scar's a page, every tear we earn. In a world full of heartache and skies that turn gray, love still shines at the end of the day.
Are you ready for a new era of storytelling? Advent Comics is here, delivering hard-hitting action, unforgettable characters, and worlds that'll blow your mind, baby. Dive into the gritty streets of Southside, where heroes walk a razor's edge between justice and vengeance. Or join Dalton Malone as he hunts in the darkness where no one else dares. From cosmic battles to street-level justice, Advent Comics has it all. The stories are bold, baby, and the action is relentless. The adventure never stops. Advent Comics. The future of comics starts now. Are you ready? Well, hello, listener. You are tuned in to 112 on your FM dial. Bandito Radio. Ow!
No back of the bus, we lift the bus. Ridiculous, no need to fuss on what we did for us. No handouts, we hand out hands. We've been bout plans of 40 acres of land. They can't cage us. I'm so Luke Cage, amazing, gracious enough to spare the brute fade unless they really want it. And I ain't ducking from it, I'm static. We shock them till they get it, I guess they gotta have it. The roadblock of the block, small enough to be a doc. Moving smiles with the jazz, Captain Sam with the plan. I can, I guess I'm really good in the jam. The rest is up to wreck when he come through with the band. We got what it takes to be a hero. They see it everywhere, wherever we go. We here to say the day and all the people. Repeat, bro. We know we got what it takes to be a hero. They see it everywhere, wherever we go. We here to say the day and all the people. Repeat, bro. I'm melanin man, defy your felonious plans. I know you jealous, but damn, wrote you didn't. So my intelligence Sam was never my uncle, just a super villain. Hopped in the phone booth, protect the women and children. Frankly, Franklin, we the most level-headed. Peanuts to an elephant, don't let it regret it. We up, boy, you better know your hate is pathetic. I'm loose fox with the toys, so you know I'ma get it. Neighborhood was Krypton, get green like it's Jon Stewart. Make me pull out my ring, homie, and it's on. The blue marvel I do, homie, if I'm on with the steel. Daywalker blade is here to convey that we know we got what it takes to be a hero. They see it everywhere, wherever we go. We here to say the day and all the people. Repeat, bro. We know we got what it takes to be a hero. They see it everywhere, wherever we go. We here to say the day and all the people. Repeat, bro.
Look up in the sky. This looks like a job for
Repeat, bro.
Fate rarely calls upon us at a moment of our choosing. I'm ready.
You are tuned in to 112 FM on your radio dial. This is Bandito Radio.
I'm not entirely happy with this.
You are listening to 112 FM, Bandito Radio.
You're a victim of yourself. You're not afraid. You're a victim in your mind. You're not afraid. Walk a fine line. victim, no, victim, no, victim, no, no. Walk a fine line. Every fucking day, every fucking day. What are you hiding from? Hiding from yourself. Just stop running from yourself. What am I supposed to do? Can't fucking mind. Wait away from Brady, can't might as well just die. It be true that no one knew that I'd be subjugated. If all true, I damn you all should have instigated. What am I supposed to do? Just can't fucking mind. Wait away from Brady, I might as well just die. And it's in that books I've read to the victims called responsible. Not those that I did not want to tell us keeping score. In the brain, your life is stay forever confined. Sing all my stay, for in the brain, your life is stay forever confined. To one single mistake.
This is Howlin Jim Joxon, and you are listening to 112 FM Bandito Radio.
Yeah. Yeah. Success. 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 Don't nobody rap no more. No more. Spit facts no more. No more. Niggas used to go back and forth. They don't even do that. They don't even do that. Something I ain't mad at y'all. I ain't mad at y'all. Success. 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 Don't nobody rap no more. No more. Spit facts no more. No more. Niggas used to go back and forth. They don't even do that. They don't even do that. Something I ain't mad at y'all. I ain't mad at y'all. Success. 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 Success is a beautiful word. Niggas ain't rapping, they playing with words. Lying on tracks, but that shit is absurd. It's a fact that niggas ain't putting in work. They just pop them a perk and then lay down a verse. How many niggas gon' die in your verse? Please come up with something different for the listeners. When you rap, you should be painting a picture. It's not a fact if you never did it, my nigga, that's cap. Cause you just a witness. Just rap about the way that you living. Then let's see how many people gon' listen. Real rap, I bet it's the difference. Let's take it back to the beginning. When niggas would battle instead of dissing. When niggas would actually handle business. Had to get up just to go get it. There wasn't no handouts. We stood on our block till we ran out. Hustling just to keep food in our damn house. That's what a man bout. Not chasing no damn cloud, trying to stand out. Success, my nigga. Success, young nigga. Don't nobody rap no more. No more. Spit facts no more. No more. Niggas used to go back and forth. They don't even do that. They don't even do that. Something I ain't mad at y'all. I ain't mad at y'all. Success. 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 Don't nobody rap no more. No more. Spit facts no more. No more. Niggas used to go back and forth. They don't even do that. They don't even do that. Something I ain't mad at y'all. I ain't mad at y'all. Success. Success. K.A. Success. Yeah. Learned from my brother at first. When I got older, got worse. Look at me now. When I was 21, nigga, I thought I'd be dead in the dirt. Man, I was moving at work, moving, avoiding a hearse. Trying to get money like it was the first. Bodies was dropping like it was a curse. Bodies was dropping like it was a curse. Weed man, moving that shit like it was in season. Niggas get shot for no reason. Gotta thank God that I'm breathing. Gotta thank God for my family. Wasn't for them, I'd be losing my sanity. Searching and looking for clarity. Life was a movie, these niggas be living a parody. Tell me you real or you fake. Only the real can relate. Niggas are snakes, taking my life as a date. Pulling my 9 and I hit him with 8. Ain't a killer, but don't push me. You ain't a killer, boy, you pussy. Speaking of pussy, your girlfriend just called me and she tryna give me a goodies. Get her mad, get her mad. Get a bag, get a bag. Pull up in a Jag with the windows cracked with my name on the tags. I'm back in the lab. Wrote this with no pen and pad. It don't get no realer than that. Gotta keep killing these tracks until we in back of the back. Success.
This is Howlin Howlin Jim Joxon, and you are listening to 112 FM Bandito Radio.
We were racing towards the uncanny valley. Process moods and let's bet our story. It left a sunny stereo and some deadly flowers. Delusional hope in a fire hour. When I fell aside, we both knew that it ain't coming. Grasping for the stars in a life full of darkness. Oh, it never was. Everyone's trying, it's not trying. Waiting for the sun. We both know that it ain't coming. We're finding us, the uncanny valley. Dragon's tail is wrapping around the shining stars. We're having an umbrella, an upside down barrier. High hopes, a death, lost embrace. Waiting to fill the sun. We both know that it ain't coming. Grasping for the stars. A life full of darkness. Oh, it never was. Everyone's trying, it's not trying. Waiting for the sun. We both know that it ain't coming. Waiting to feel the sun. We both know that it ain't coming. Grasping for the stars. In a life full of darkness. Oh, it never was. Everyone's trying, it's not trying. Waiting for the sun. We both know that it ain't coming.
Well, hello, listeners. You are tuned in to 112 on your FM dial. Bandito Radio. Ow!
Hey, what's the word of the day? Hey, what's the word of the day? What is the word of the day?
C-M-G-N-I-T-E.
Today's
C-M-G-N-I-T-E.
You know what today's
P-C-M-G-N-I-T-E. 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 Namaste.
Lifting this piece and everybody like a
Holiday.
Get in these streets with what I have to say like
Remedy.
I got the ways to ease pain.
Identity.
All in my cave like Bruce Wayne.
Quantity.
Got a lot of reasons I'm doing it hard.
Astronomy.
Scorpio season, I'm really in charge.
Caffeine.
Stay awake, baby, yo, you'll miss this.
Gangrene.
So sick when I step in this business.
Always looking clean when I pop up.
Trouble.
Overcame the struggle, leave a moss struck.
Pray.
Some moments of quiet introspection.
Slay.
Every look from every look in my direction.
Rover.
A name you say twice for an invite.
Clover.
4-leaf, lucky for my insight.
Pain.
What I wear inside the club, avoiding taboos.
Rain.
Gotta say again, thanks for the statue. You know, it really is a nice statue. I know when we received it, it was copper, and over the years, the weather's hit it, and it's made it change colors, but it still looks great. And peeking out of the crown, they reopened it in 2015.
Handle.
Moments where I'm certain who I am.
Randall.
Moments where I'm cunning and a ham.
Suit.
That's an Andy Warhol muse.
Fruit.
Like an ego when it's getting bruised.
Massage.
Deep tissue till the knot's out.
Dressage.
Horses dance and clap until they drop out.
Rumble.
That's how I scuttle through this nightlife.
Bumble.
Wanna catch a buzz, you better swipe right. Continent.
Yeah, they play my music in 7 of them.
Condiment.
Sauce for all my dogs, I'm spending on them.
Captivate.
How I do it every single time.
Extrapolate.
They confused trying to find why.
Efficiency.
Never waste a pass, I word perfect.
Calligraphy.
Pen and his fancy ass, I curse and curse him.
Circulate.
Get mine another time round his track.
Terminate.
Thumbs up, baby, I'll be back.
What's the word? What's the word? Yo, that's my word. What's the word? What's the word?
Yo, you have my word.
What's the word? What's the word? You can take my word. What's the word? What's the word?
I never break my word.
What's the word? What's the word?
Yo, that's my word.
What's the word? What's the word? Yo, you have my word. What's the word? What's the word?
You can take my word.
What's the word? What's the word? I never break my word.
You are listening to 112 FM, Bandito Radio. outlaws and outlawettes. You are listening to Howlin Jim, and you are on 112 FM, Bandito Radio.
Now I'm out in the rain, trying to say anything, just to try to get her back. Neighbors heard everything. If she ever open up, I'ma give her everything. Cause I gotta try to show her she was worth everything. Sports watch, gold chains, I'ma throw 'em in the flames. She was always parachuting, I'm the one who cut the strings. And I say anything, I'ma try to end the pain. Made a promise, I'ma change. Perfect time, never came. I'ma say anything, she can always do the same. Through the mixtape out the window, I can see through the pain. When she look in my eyes, she can see everything. Cause she know when I lost her, I lost everything. I was just a fool once, I'ma be a fool again. I was just fool's gold, she could see through me then. I was just a broken record, she the one who let it spin. Now I got no words, she could say anything. In the rain, tryna say anything, just to try to get her back. Neighbors heard everything. If she ever open up, I'ma give her everything. Cause I gotta try to show her she was worth everything. Sports watch, gold chains, I'ma throw 'em in the flames. She was always parachuting, I'm the one who cut the strings. And I say anything, just to try to end the pain. Made a promise, I'ma change. Perfect time, never came. Now I'm trying to say anything, she can always do the same. Through the mixtape out the window, I can see through the pain. When she looked in my eyes, she can see everything. Cause she know when I lost her, I lost everything. I was just a fool once, I'ma be a fool again. I was just fool's gold, she could see through me then. I was just a broken record, she the one who let it spin. Now I got no words, she could say anything, anything.
Yet another great jam by Noel. You are tuned to 112 FM on your radio dial. This is Bandito Radio. was another mind-blowing tune from Chris Turner.
Welcome, my darling deviant playthings. You've stumbled upon something truly delightfully dreadful. A place where the air crackles with vintage terror and the echoes of old-time radio haunt the airwaves. And the stories, they never rest in peace. Yes, my twisted little souls, I invite you to step into Mira's Morgue of Midnight Madness, the podcast that exhumes the very best in old-time radio horror, spine-tingling suspense, and eerie entertainments. Every episode, I crack open the coffin on a classic tale of terror, spinning you a web of ghostly whispers, sinister schemes, and the kind of thrills that linger long after the final scream. And for those who dare to play along, keep an eye out for my Mira's Morgue challenges, where we turn nightmare fuel into toy photography. Because why just listen to the horror when you can create it? So, my friends, if you crave midnight chills, delicious dark humor, and stories so sinister they practically drag you into the grave, then join me, Mira, in the morgue. Because once you step inside, well, let's just say some things don't stay buried.
This is Howlin Jim Joxon, and you are listening to 112 FM Bandito Radio.
What's the point in keeping on when the fire's burning low? I thought we were the same, darling, but now I just don't know. I gave you my heart, my soul, my fight, but every road feels wrong tonight. I'm wrong, but not 'cause I am. It's just you're always right, and I'm a man. I'm wrong, but not 'cause I am. It's just you're always right, and I'm a man. Alone I sit, day by day, wearing a smile that don't feel okay. Be grateful, be strong, that's what they say. But my voice gets lost along the way. Am I appreciated? Am I enough? Feels like love just got too tough. I'm wrong, but not 'cause I am. It's just you're always right, and I'm a man. I'm wrong, but not 'cause I am. It's just you're always right, and I'm a man. You say it's me, you say I'm blind, but I'm just tired of reading the signs. Every word feels like a loaded gun. Every night feels like I've come undone. I made that promise, I took that vow, but it feels so far away somehow. I lie awake on this feather bed, but peace don't rest inside my head. Some words cut deep, they don't fade fast, and I'm just haunted by the past. I'm wrong, but not 'cause I am. It's just you're always right, and I'm a man. I'm wrong, but not night's grown still. I can hear it calling from the hill. A siren song so sweet, so long. Whispers telling me where I belong. I've given my all, I've paid my dues. But darling, tonight I'll finally lose. I wanted to be wrong, but now I'm gone. Fading out to my siren song.
That's it on your puppy dog to make sure it's okay. That's it on an animal, put it on me. That's it on your puppy dog to make sure it's okay. That's it on an animal, put it on me. Drop the rat and he will work. Run the laser blast as an burn. Worthless game, grab my sword. Run the laser blast as an burn. One of them is mine. Conquer enemies. But it's clean.
All right, baby, you know what time it is. Your old pal Howlin Jim Joxon is back in the saddle and riding those radio waves like a wild coyote under a neon moon, baby. You listening to 112 FM Bandito Radio, the only station that blasts through that static and straight into your soul. But tonight I got something real special lined up for all my fellow toy-loving, plastic crack collecting, action figure obsessed outlaws out there. I give you action figure frequencies. That's right, a sonic deep dive into the world of toy collecting, custom sculpting, vintage gold mines, everything in between. Whether you're out there hunting for that holy grail figure or just trying to relive that Saturday morning magic, we've got you covered, baby. So you need to strap in, turn up that dial, and get ready to ride those radio waves, because Action Figure Frequencies is about to shake those shelves and rock the toy aisles. This is Howlin Jim Joxon, baby, signing you into the frequency. Action Figure Frequencies. Let's roll. Ow!
Bandito Radio presents Action Figure Frequencies with your hosts, Chet Maddox and Alexander Storm.
Well, not only are we sexy on film, but we're sexy while you're doing your Bandito customizations. Welcome and thank you for having Action Figure Frequencies in your garage while you're working. I am your lovely, gorgeous, sexy co-host, Chet Maddox, along with Mr. Alexander Storm, bringing the thunder and the radio. How are you doing today, Mr. Alexander Storm?
That is all right. But before we start, Chet,
Yeah.
Nation to Nation,
coast to coast, from our toy rooms to your living rooms. This is Action Figure Frequencies. You're damn right. We made this sexy.
That is correct, sir. Oh man, how have you been? How have you been doing in your world? You doing good, sir?
Doing pretty good, man. Like
nice.
I said again, money's in the bank. Not too many pre-orders have been showing up, so that always is a good thing.
It is good. It is good, man. It has been a wild one, a wet and wild one. We want to thank everybody for tuning in to Bandito Radio on 112 FM. I hope you've been enjoying the music, enjoying the stories, and living the glory while you're customizing your Bandito. Or are you? Because you don't know yet. Anyways, today's show, man, it's a good one. We're gonna be we got some hot points about people stealing people's joy.
Yep.
We're gonna do some Mighty Morphin Power Ranger talk, because here's a question: where the fuck are the Power Rangers? And then Hasbro has been killing it, not only in our world but yours as well. And then, like always, it's important to know the weather, and then some randoms in between. But we want to thank everybody for getting here. And so, with that being said, why don't we get into some hot points?
Hot points. Hot points. Hot points. Hot points. Hot points.
All right, look. This is a subject that has been hitting the airwaves.
Yeah.
Blowing up your channels on your video streams and wherever you watch your videos. And I got to be honest, there's a toy that's sparked an outrage, but has really uncovered a lot of bullshit out there. Wouldn't you say so, Storm?
Absolutely, brother. Absolutely. And as a matter of fact, it's not just a storm, man. It's like a hurricane of crap that's coming off.
It is. Yeah, it is a hurricane of horse shit is what it is. And look, here it is. I want to position this to everybody that's listening, that's thinking about collecting, that is just getting into it, and then has managed to tap into the toxicity side of toy collecting. We want you to know over here on Action Figure Frequencies, 112 FM Bandito Radio, shameless plugs, that you need to stop letting people steal your joy. Damn it. Because I don't care if you're watching them on YouTube, you're watching on Rumble, reading it on X, wherever, listen to it on 112 FM, because hey, you know what? It's free and good to go. But hey, here's the thing. I don't understand what it is. I don't understand why people have to insert themselves so hard, for you to just ruin it for everybody else. What are your thoughts on what's been going on with all this crap?
The shame of it is that toy collecting has really gotten popular over, let's say, the last decade.
Yeah.
Before then, it was kind of like, all things. There's a certain moments where comic books were taboo.
Right.
Watching certain horror films were taboo. Same thing, toys. But I think it's become more acceptable. And when it becomes
more acceptable to be taboo.
No, more acceptable to be in the mainstream.
Okay,
people collecting instead of it seeming taboo. Right. And when this starts happening, we run into this fact where something that was really kind of protected in a group is now out there for the open. So now you get novice that come in, and their whole thing is, and just like anything, if it's fashion, cars, or whatever, there's always somebody ready to come and just dump on it. And that's the aspect where I think now we're starting to represent. Now it's become so mainstream that there can't be people like, hey man, this is great. I love this. This is one of those, best items I've gotten. Now it's the guy like, no, I have to be a complete ass and I have to ruin this for everyone else out there. So let me give my 2 cents in. And no one asked for it. Right. That's the problem, is that no one's asking for your rare appearance. Remember back in the day we used to watch TV and it was like Siskel and Ebert, and they had that show and everything from the balcony, and they were movie critics and they worked for actually the Chicago Tribune magazine or newspaper.
They were actual critics too. They
were actual writers.
Yeah.
They came up with an actual format of the show to put 2 actual critics that get paid to be critics to do it. Now we have a bunch of jackasses that go online and they're able to do that. Well, the same thing with the toys. There's a couple of toy magazines out there that have really smart individuals working that know the ins and outs of toy industries. And then you have like a certain amount of YouTubers that's been like, well, I saw a Sears catalog one time in 1978, so that makes me an expert on this.
Yeah.
So the thing about it is that if you're happy with it, well, what can I do? And it's a conscious decision, Chet. It's not something where like they don't understand what they do, because think about something. Look at the YouTube views that go up. If you're negative on something, those views accelerate.
Yeah. It's almost like you've got to be negative and then end it like super positive just so people pay attention.
Exactly.
Like you gotta just like shit talk the whole time, right? And then that way people are like, I really want to pay attention. And at the end of it, you're like, no, I'm just kidding. I really like it. Yeah. And then that way people like jump in, because what's really happens, like you're talking about, that someone reads something and then we all go off of the same thing and we're all making our assumptions. The difference is if you position it as an absolute, you're an ass. If you position it as an opinion, I'm going to listen. But the problem with toxicity right now in this genre of whether it's toy collecting or toy making or whatever it is, right? It's when you position it as an absolute. Your opinion cannot be an absolute. What you can say is like with Diamond Distributors, we know for a fact they're in Chapter 11 bankruptcy. You can say without a shadow of a doubt, whoever was running that was stupid as fuck, because they got Chapter 11. What you couldn't say is if it wasn't announced, you can't, you know what I mean? You can't make assumptions and make up, like you just can't argue facts. And right now what's happening in the world that we're talking about is it's all really based around the Maximum series Spider-Man. And it's showing everyone's true colors, and it's pissing me off because I have nieces and nephews that like to collect toys, and I don't want them to see this shit. I don't want them to see somebody talking about something that they don't have. It's pointless.
Yeah. And that's also too, it's like, sometimes give your assertion of when you have it in hand, then you can actually make a rational decision and you can actually form your opinion for you actually owning the product. But for something that you're probably not going to see anywhere between 2 months to 6 months and everything, well, maybe pipe it in until you actually have it. It's like, we see that in the same way they do films. It's like a film will come out and it's like, this is going to be the crappiest film that's ever came out. And then they go to it and everything. Oh, it really wasn't that bad and everything. Well, for 6 months you bashed it. And we could all be accused of it. There's an entertainment factor in the things that we do. But I think when that entertainment factor really starts to diminish the industry, and as right now, we're on an uptick in the industry. Look, there are more dollars per cent being spent in the toy world than ever before. So now we're at the height of it. Why take that time to damage the product? And I'm going to tell you this, Chet. Here's the one way I'll see. Just last weekend, they did the NBA All-Star game.
Yep.
And a lot of people were like, love it or hate it. They don't believe that the professionals go out there and try as hard as they used to. Competition's not the same. But there was a one particular player, we won't mention his name, but he basically bashed the NBA. He said, well, the NBA is boring. Oh. And yet an older NBA player, probably one of the greatest that's ever lived and said the game, he kind of had that where he kind of protected the and total environment of the game, where he was kind of like, yeah, well, maybe because all he does is pass balls to somebody and shoots threes or something. And a lot of people took him flack on it, but what he was trying to do was like, young man, I built this industry and you're making hundreds of millions of dollars now and you're bashing the actual product. Well, the same thing in that analogy in the toy industry is that there are people out there, and of course we know one father of something. We're not going to mention who he is, but you listen to us, we know him.
Yeah,
they were in the grinds and the pits when this kind of money wasn't in the industry.
Right.
So they made their bones by basically building the industry what it is. And then there's some guy out there who is like, he's a plumber, and he on the weekend he spends time podcasting, and he's bashing and he's killing the industry that so many people put their sweat and tears and lives into. And now these new people are seeing what they're making from it.
Well, and that's the problem, right? Is I think you could say whatever you want to say. I don't have a problem with it. What I have a problem with is when you don't have like a moral compass. Say whatever you want to say, do whatever you want to do. But when you're a channel or a podcast or something that has hundreds of thousands of subscribers or views or watch time or whatever, right? Then that's where it comes with like you've got to pay attention to your words. Look, if you built your empire, like for example, for older listeners, the Man Show.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Right. Man Show was fantastic.
Yeah.
For the era that it was a funny show. It was fantastic. It was whatever it is. But there was a lot of viewers on there and that was their audience and that's what it was. So there was really nothing that was like shocking. But if you've built your whole industry off of reviewing toys and just, you get the luxury to spend money from a source of income based on toys and you're going around and it's like, well, if you go back and look at when you made your channel and it grew to popularity, you didn't have anybody on YouTube or Rumble or X or whatever shit talking. So so anything you were doing it, people were like, oh, I want to see that. But now it's like you said, someone that has a real honest review on something or a real positive take on it gets like one view for every like 1,000 views the other one gets. And it's just, it's, how much of that is good,
And it's human nature too, to like, always want to beat up on something that you think is, and I know we throw this like, oh, you're a shill for the industry or you're a shill for this toy company, and they like to throw that point out. But if you love what you love, it's okay. There's a lot of people that are shills for like, a Star Wars Black Series. A lot of people shills for G.I. Joe Classified. A lot of people shills for, like we're just talking about that over at Toy Box Chronicles, shills for Hot Wheels. There's people literally getting into fights down the aisle for like special Hot Wheel cars. You're going to enjoy it. You love it. But, why does that make you feel so emboldened to want to snap somebody's joy from it? Whether it's like, we're also into toy photography, and then somebody like, a guy will spend hours trying to get the perfect shot, trying to put up his point. And then you'll see that one comment like, yeah, this sucks. Like, like if you're going to put a comment in, at least put something relevant. The lighting could be better. Something, make it something where, if it's
like
a constructive moment.
Yeah.
But don't just, this sucks. So somebody just, it basically feels another way about that scenario. It's like there's too many people that are taking pleasure from just kicking somebody and totally destroying them. And I think they go to bed at night and they sit there and say, how can I suck this into with a Maximum Spider-Man? I saw these people were happy. I got to stop that. Even though it's sold out. It's sold out. So all that complaining and the crying and the endless points of kicking things over, guess what, buddy? It didn't do any damn thing and shit. So maybe, and then watch, they'll be the first person, Chet, we were talking about this. That'll be the first person, the minute they got it, they'll do a review. This is the greatest Spider-Man figure ever.
Yep, they will.
Greatest.
Yeah, they will. And then they'll want it, and then they'll be like, hey, I want to buy it, but I don't understand why I have to spend so much money. This is ridiculous. It was only $50. It's like, well, because you didn't think it was worth it. So,
yeah.
Not my problem.
That's the point. It's like, stop. If you love something, if you're into whatever line that you're in, like I said, stop. Whether you're, the Hammer collection and everything. We've joked about the Hammer collection from Jurassic Park being over at the Ross and Ollie's. But hey, man, if that's what you're into, screw what the hell we say. Enjoy it. Proudly put it up. There's a guy on the Instagram that we know that is doing the best. He's repurposing those in some of the greatest toy photography I have ever seen.
Yeah.
Like, if it works for you, it works for you, man. That don't mean it needs to work for me, but I don't have the right. And I'll use this term, the right, Chet, to sit there and actually just pound you into the sand and destroy your happiness from it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It needs to. I get that it's going to exist. It's got to exist because it's part of the ecosystem. But also, like the voices of positivity on that stuff and just encouragement need to be a little bit higher. And I do want to point out, though, that a majority of the people that complain about situations like how an action figure is made, or how a vehicle's made, or how, a toy is shot, or what could be better, or whatever. If you look, a majority of them don't actually do any of that. They just talk about it. So the people that'll bitch about some of the people that bitch about action figures not being made right make their own action figures but can't get it right. Some people that bitch about toy photography actually don't shoot toys. So like, what do you have to go on? And if you look at the people who do shoot toys and do make action figures that are good, they're always like, oh, this is cool, but it would have looked better if you had this kind of lighting, or it would have looked better, or this figure would have been built better if it was, built this way. So yeah, man, it's a little disheartening at times, but I think that, I think that's shortly coming. I think that's shortly coming to an end, to be honest.
Look, man, whether you hate it, whether you love it, whatever the situation is, you've got to get to the point where, like I said, just because you have a problem with something doesn't mean that everyone else needs to have a problem from it. Just be good with what it is, and just understand that not everything that you do is the thing that people are going to dig. In the same exact way, not everything that someone else does, you're going to dig, but live with it though, man. Move on. But to spend countless hours just like, well, how can I just slap this guy down? And, and to seem to take, just a certain piece of happiness from it. That's where I'm like, no, we've got a problem going on here now,
Yep.
So, with that said, Chet, everything else like that, looks like we've got another sponsor kicking in.
That's right, sir. We want to thank our sponsors over at FlexBand. And all right, Plastic Junkies, let's talk about something serious. Sweat. That's right. You're deep in a toy hunt, elbow deep in clearance bins, mid-negotiation with the dude who thinks his loose sticker-worn G1 Optimus Prime is worth retirement money, and suddenly, boom, your forehead turns into a slip and slide. That's where FlexBand X comes in, the only headband engineered for extreme toy hunters, collectors, and hardcore display architects. This bad boy is made from hyperweave trademarked fabric, meaning it absorbs sweat faster than a scalper at an exclusive drop. Isn't that right, Alexander?
Was I supposed to have a line there?
Isn't that right, Alexander Storm? Isn't that right?
That's exactly right, sir. With its, space age technology, it should be able to fit on your head better than the mines of Minota.
We want to apologize to FlexBand as it looks like Mr. Storm has misplaced his ad read for FlexBand. So we're actually going to restart this. But hey, we want to remind everyone, thank you for joining 110 FM Bandito Radio. Are we ready?
Yeah, let's start. Let's restart the ad, man.
Are we ready? Are we ready for this ad, sir? Welcome to radio, where live happens and shit doesn't matter. All right, Plastic Junkies, let's talk about something serious here. Sweat. That's right. You're deep in a toy hunt, elbow deep in clear spin, mid-negotiation with the dude who thinks his loose, sticker-worn G1 Optimus Prime is worth retirement money, and suddenly, boom, your forehead turns into a slip and slide. That's where FlexBand X comes in, the only headband engineered for extreme toy hunters, collectors, and hardcore display architects. This bad boy is made from hyperweave fabric, meaning it absorbs sweat faster than a scalper at an exclusive drop. Isn't that right, Mr. Storm?
That's right, Chet. FlexBand X isn't just functional and stylish. You get precision grip fit, so it stays locked in place whether you're posing action figures, setting up dioramas, or throwing your hands with an online seller who forgot to mention the broken joint knee.
Holy shit, he got it. Plus, it comes with an exclusive design like Battle Damage Black, Grail Hunter Red, and limited edition Chase Variant Gold. Oh, and for the hardcore collectors, they even have a mint in box sealed version. But let's be real, you're wearing this, not flipping it.
So if you're ready to level up your collecting game, head over to flexbandx.com. Use the code MADFLEX for 15% off your first order. Because let's face it, sweaty toy hunters don't find grails. They just fog up their glasses.
That's right. FlexBand X. Collect hard, sweat less.
Thank you for listening to Action Figure Frequencies with Chet Maddox and Alexander Storm.
We're gonna have to fire our audio, dude. Hold on.
112 FM, Bandito Radio.
Man, I don't know what's going on with that audio guy, but he must be hiding all your ad reads.
Well, here's the funny thing about the Flex Band. I thought we were doing solar, so I was on our different ad read, and by the time I looked at it, I was like, let's just roll with it. But
yeah,
this is the thing that you get live, though, man. See, you don't get this if we're sitting here doing our live streams a little different, isn't it?
And we want to be clear. We don't cut any of this out. So if you're listening on 112 FM radio, you can see what's actually happening. If you're a member of our YouTube channel, starts only 99 cents, but it does get you access to the video of this. But just for a heads up for everyone that's wondering, we do have a few more commercial breaks, but to kind of get into our next topic here, sir, there is a little toy line / TV show called the Mighty Morphin Power Rangers toy line and the market dominance it once had.
Okay, well, that seems like it's a moment for.
And now, toy news.
That's right, toy news. What do you think about this? What's going on with Saban and Hasbro and what did they do? How do you feel about this, sir?
Here's the thing. I remember when, this was a probably one of the more premier lines that we've ever seen, and it was the Mighty Morphin Power Rangers line, and that used to be huge.
Yeah.
And at one time Saban was the company that owned it, and I remember in the late 90s, early 2000s, and everything. You went to I had some younger nieces and nephews that I would go to the store with, and they wanted the Zoids and everything else.
All
did
that
not
shit.
matter.
And it was a battle between whether or not you were getting that or like TMNT.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And matter of fact, just to give you just one of these small little funny stories about, you got to be careful what you do with kids. My oldest nephew now, who's soon to be 30 actually, which is kind of funny now, but I remember I told him, I said, hey, look, man, if you do good on your report card, your uncle's going to take you over to, and at that time, Toys R Us, so it's going back.
Yeah.
I said,
Toys R Us,
and I'm going to buy you whatever you want. Don't ever say that to a child.
Yeah. Cause they go that top shelf.
Yeah. So we go in there and we're looking around, and he was a huge Mighty Morphin Power Ranger. And there was like in the Zoid for like $130. And it was like the Mega Zoid. It was like,
oh, you had to buy that.
Yeah. So he looks and he goes, I'm thinking he's going to get a couple of figures, Red Ranger, Green Ranger, something else like that. Maybe a cycle or something. No, he goes for the most highest priced item in Toys R Us. First of all, it was about the size of him anyways. And he goes, this is what I want, Uncle. And I'm like, whoa, wait a minute, man. Hold on. I was like, you don't want to have this little transformer, little hawk or something to make with this thing? And he goes, no, and everything. I was like, well, I don't know. He says, well, Uncle, you said whatever I wanted. And I was like, okay. And I pulled out the credit card, and it took me a couple of months to pay for that thing off. But he got this huge Zoid that was told me it was awesome too, man. It was the White Ranger version.
You're mad because were you mad because you didn't get it for yourself?
No, actually, no. I was pretty pissed about it. It took me back then it was scraping by point to point and everything. That Power Ranger was a couple of months worth of situation. I thought he didn't do that good in school. For God's sake.
But you were a man of your word, which is important here.
I had to be.
Moral of the story.
But that's how the power of that was, is that those items, you could go to any retailer, you could see them. And man, that stuff was, there was a couple of mainstays, G.I. Joe, Transformers, Power Rangers, and Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. If you went to any store in that era, they were all selling like hotcakes, but Power Rangers was right up there. And I'm like, okay. And down to the point, the shows were kind of similar. It's just a couple of Rangers, different colors and everything, giant Megazord. They would, but somehow that dominance went from show after show after show, whether they were in space, they were ground or whatever,
it was crazy.
It just worked. And Saban took care of that property.
Well, you remember, you know why though, right? Because Saban was also responsible for the TV show.
Yeah,
because the TV show was half Japan and then half American, and it was like they spliced together the show, and then they overdubbed it. So there was like the American like Beverly Hills feel to it, like Beverly Hills 90210, and then they spliced it together, and then the toys, you know, they did the reason why it was called Mighty Morphin Power Rangers is because they wanted it to be as catchy as like Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Absolutely.
So that was the era of like how do we keep naming everything like this because it's what people want. And it was a domination factor between what you were seeing for like TMNT or Mighty Morphin Power Rangers, or even at the time Transformers even was doing really good. But
exactly,
Saban I think is the only one that really appreciated that property.
I think so, and I think selling to Hasbro, which, you know, again, Saban's going to protect it. They're going to do what they need to do to keep the Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. It was their most respected property. But then when you know, I guess Hasbro thought, hey, this is a great IP for us to get in. But it's not like, you know, for Hasbro's G.I. Joe Transformers. And I don't know if there was anyone that was working at Hasbro that had the insight to know all the ins and outs of the Power Rangers, but it seemed like the television product started getting worse. It seemed like the toys were all over the place, and they didn't have that same on the retailer appeal that they used to have.
Yeah, well,
they're doing right.
Yeah, I mean, look, you also can't get mad at Saban for doing that, because I think Saban, the whole company kind of saw that like, all right, this is kind of like burning out.
Yeah,
and they were making their money on the syndication of Power Rangers, and then you know, they tried that movie, and that didn't necessarily go very well. I don't know. What do you think? Do you think that Playmates is going to do a better job?
I think that, you know, now that TMNT is so sold out to everyone else, it seems like everybody's doing Turtles. You know, you've got Little Subjects, you've got NECA, you've got, you know, Mondo. There's like how
even Playmates.
Yeah, we turn around. There's so much, and I think that it's no longer like they're not the only game in town when it comes to Turtles. So they need another dominance. And I think that Power Rangers, if they put that same kind of power behind what they did with TMNT to Power Rangers, yes, I think they can, because I think they're gonna do things. They're going to get back to making the Zoids. I think they're going to get back to doing the figures. I think that, you know, in some way possible, we'll have like maybe, you know, figures and the Zoids that you can fit into, because they do that extremely well over at Playmates. They make things that are playable. And I think the Power Rangers need to not be in the collector shelves. I think they need to be in the sandboxes of kids, man.
Yeah, I don't necessarily see. It's a bummer, because I don't really see Power Rangers being like, outside of the original stuff from the 90s. I don't really see it being like a collector. But I think the more important piece here is like Playmates. When Playmates was doing Ninja Turtles, right? They had the cartoon and then the movies. Like they had all this stuff that was like big. Like how important do you think the TV show is to the toys?
Well, obviously, it's shown us that they were extremely important to them, because without those, you know, TV shows, and I think TV shows, let's reiterate, TV shows done well, I think that's where we're running into problems with, is that without having those shows and constantly having like the influx of new people coming in and seeing them, I think that it's underutilized their place in the market. Now, the same can be said about G.I. Joe and Hasbro, but I think like over here in the United States, like G.I. Joe's like already piped into like collectors' hearts. So there's generation after generation after generation of people that's in it. I think the Power Rangers was, you know, 2 generations in, and like if you don't have a media presence, you know, it's in a la like Pokemon, that we still see like they've shopped that show around and it's been all over the place, and they've done a really good job of having that in, you know. But when it comes down to the Power Rangers, I think that the show was underutilized in the aspect of selling toys. And it went back to that old 80s philosophy of that the toys are going to push what's going to happen from the shows. And I think that that's
Yeah.
That's where it's different at, man. I think you got to have a great Power Ranger show, and that pushes the toys through. And I think if they're smart, this is one of those things that pulls them back out from the edge of like falling off a cliff,
Yeah, I think I'm with you on that, and that kind of gets into the whole like future of the toy line, right? Like,
yeah,
where can they go with it? And I think honestly, I think something has to happen with the TV show. What's crazy to me too is like, why hasn't anybody done like a really good like animated series of this?
Oh, you know what? Actually, I hadn't even till you said that, I hadn't even thought about that. Actually, I think that would introduce them in a way that would definitely help like a new toy line. You're right. I think animation. Wow.
I think if you animated this and like Netflix jumped on and and used their animation house.
Yeah. Well, remember that Voltron show, right?
Well, the Voltron that show was awesome.
It was.
I love that. Yeah, I love that Voltron show. So
they did a Power Ranger show like that. Wow, man.
That's what I'm saying. Is like, see, I think there was a lot of potential behind Saban's live action Power Rangers, and I do truly believe that it was a good intro to Power Rangers.
Yes, and the song was good.
But it's too late to do a second one because no one remembers.
Yeah,
and
true.
so I think right now, I think the approach for Mighty Morphin Power Rangers is a version of animation. And I don't know what that is. I think maybe it's probably got to be an anime. Because like if you think about Power Rangers, it's like a mix between Voltron and Evangelion.
Yeah,
and Evangelion was a fantastic fucking anime. And the Voltron, the way that they did Voltron, and like there was some stuff about it I didn't really like storyline wise, but as overall, it's not bad at all. And so I think that if Playmates can get the money and instead of using the money behind the toys, they go, okay, let's go back to our roots and let's make an animation to sell the toys. Just follow that blueprint. It worked. That blueprint worked for so many toy lines that we all love.
Sure.
Right. But hey, look, if you were to buy those and they were like super shitty, like who do you think you would go to like represent you in a court?
Well, I can tell you right now, it would have to be Timmy Mint from the law offices of Mint and Mint, a 20-year toy attorney who fights for you. That's right. Whether you picked up a HasLab and you thought you paid too much or you thought that Hasbro ripped you off, well, guess what? Timmy's going to fight for you.
Yeah,
Whether you're sitting around in the cat's lair, has somebody put the forks through it at the loading dock, but Super 7 still shipped it to you. Well, you need some compensation from that. And you need to call the law offices of Mint and Mint at 1-800-555-MINT. Speak to Timmy Mint. His is the only guarantee that comes Mint graded. That's right. Timmy Mint, the law offices of Mint and Mint. Go by and see him.
112 FM, Bandito Radio.
Dang. We got to get Timmy Mint to do his own ads on this.
You know what? I think that is right, because again, while he does pay us a good deal amount of money to read them off ourselves, but I think you got to have Mr. Mint on the show in order to let you know fully how he does. So maybe we'll set that up one night.
Yeah, we'll see if we can get him on. Hey, look, you were talking about how like he'll represent you if you feel like you got ripped off on a Hasbro, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's crazy because I think some people may feel like they were ripped off from Hasbro, but that brings us to more toy news, which is the Hasbro on the 20th of February has their fan stream, and by the time you are probably hearing this, maybe that fan stream has already passed. We don't know. But what do you think? What do you think is going to be on the Legends one? And then what do you think? Why do you think the reason is they pushed the G.I. Joe one?
Well, here's the thing. The reason why I think the February 20th one is coming out, and again, if you're watching this later than February 20th, well, then you probably know by now.
But, you know if we're right or wrong.
I think that they did this on the aspect of there were so many people that were upset about the Maximum Spider-Man. I think they're going to actually do a live kind of like view of it. The character will be there to oppose it a little bit more. I'm thinking this is something to change the narrative of something that you heard over at, through any of the tubers or any on the X sites or Instagram. They have an absolute point. I don't see them actually having another wave of figures ready. Now, again, I could be wrong, but they just did a live stream just last month at the end of the month. So I don't see them just dropping another wave or another figure set because they dropped a bunch of stuff last month. And then we're still getting some of the retro carded Spider-Man one with Spider-Man Unlimited and Spider-Boy and Agent Venom that's starting to hit shelves and everything because we were over at Frankensons and saw those hitting the shelves.
And Spider-Boy is over at Target right now for $17.
Oh yeah, okay. Well, like I said,
yes,
so they've already retailed and knocked it down, huh?
Yeah, I'll probably cancel my order and go pick that up, dude.
If it's God. This is the thing that's killing them too. Is that I understand that there's a little bit of ways. I think that line's only been out for 3 weeks at the most.
Yeah, it's $17.99. I think that and Agent.
Oh no. Okay. Yeah. Wow, man.
We're gonna
yeah, you're right. I haven't gotten my orders either yet, but again, we're on the West Coast, so sometimes it takes stuff a little bit longer to get here. But I'm sure the Target is showing up there. Yeah, you're right, because if you're getting it at $17.99, why pay $24.99 plus the shipping involved in it? If you can just walk into a big box store and get it off the shelf.
It definitely costs you less money in gas to drive over. I mean, you're almost saving another figure in price.
Yeah, well, like I said, and where did you see those figures at? Let's tell the listeners where they can actually go and pick those up.
Target.
Okay, so like everyone right now, if it's before the 20th of February, head over to your local Targets and get a pretty good discount because $17.99 is a hell of a lot more palatable.
It's normally it's $24.99 usually.
Yeah. So all right, well, yeah, that's a shopping tip, man.
How much do you think with Fantastic Four slated to release in July of this year? Mm-hmm. How much do you think that's any kind of like effort on this one?
Well,
like does it affect it? Do you think that there's going to be anything announced?
Here's the thing. Normally, because we know this is not going to be like a Marvel Legends HasLab. I can't see them doing that. And there's the Transformer HasLab concurrently going right now. So they've learned their lesson from the last previous years and know that messes up a lot of things. But I do think closer towards the Fantastic Four releasing, like maybe a couple of months before, I could see them have, because you're gonna want to have products on the shelves when that movie hit. And you and I both know the importance of that because we saw that with the Skeleton Crew for the Star Wars. They had dropped some of those Black Series and vintage figures, and they were on the shelves at the same time the show was on and doing well. Well, Fantastic Four hitting theaters, or like we can take that back to, to the first Black Panther movie, and they had all the Black Panther figures, helmets, and mugs and all kind of stuff that hit that market, and people were leaving out the theater and taking their kids, and they were purchasing that kind of power. So I think
same with this new Captain America movie, except people were leaving the theater and not buying the toys.
Well, again, but also too, I think that timing was everything, and I think that they had released those toys way too early.
Sure,
we saw what the Falcon and I guess the new Captain America, Sam Wilson. We saw what they were looking like before we even saw the actual trailer of what they look like. So I think that might have hurt a little bit of the anticipation. But I think with Fantastic Four, look, we've already seen them. The trailer's already been out. So I think the next point is just them waiting closer. And then almost how many villains do you think that they're going to give us for Fantastic Four?
I think there'll be 4.
That's what I'm thinking. So who do you think the 4 villains in that Marvel Legends pack before it comes out for the movie version? Who do you think those 4 characters are going to be?
So I'll name two, and then I want to hear your two because I don't think we're the same.
Okay, go ahead.
So I think one is going to be Galactus.
Okay.
And then the other one is going to be Silver Surfer, but the female Silver Surfer.
Okay, all right. Okay, I'm trying to think on this one because they did have some characters that did. One, I will be disappointed if they don't have Doctor Doom. Like I said, you've got to come on, hand in hand. So at one point or another, now I don't know if it's going to be the Tony Stark version or this is the one from their different universe. I don't know how it's going to work, but I think you've got to have a Doctor Doom. Now, what I would like them to do, which they won't do, thanks to a certain couple of movies, I would love to see them also have a Namor. Because when you think of Sue Storm and you remember like Namor was a pursuer, that would be kind of cool. Because I know they're going to do like some of the other lower characters and everything, but I would like to see Doctor Doom and Namor because they're two. But now they
did have Namor though.
The Namor is probably not going to be because they did him in Wakanda Forever and they totally kind of nixed that unless it's going to be a multiverse version. But I don't see that happening. But I think Doctor Doom is open for that, man.
Yeah, I think. Well, I know for a fact. Well, I don't know for a fact. Let me rewind. I do think what's going to happen is that this is going to, because I'm a huge Silver Surfer Galactus fan.
Absolutely.
I mean, I have Galactus tattooed on me, so this Silver Surfer is what I'm excited about because it's going to be the female version of Silver Surfer, which was the original Herald before Norrin Radd took over.
Yeah.
So that's going to be awesome. And there was a scene, and I don't know if it was like computer generated because you don't really know anymore. But there was a picture, and it showed Galactus's like silhouette, and then on his shoulder was Silver Surfer, and I was like, yeah, if it's anywhere close to that, I'm cool with it. But
so let me ask you this before you even get into that one shot. We saw that with the 97 Sentinel that was released, and it was a different scale and everything else. Do you think that they would actually do another Galactus, not the HasLab side, but the same way they did, like, made to order Galactus for the Fantastic Four movie?
No, because the Fantastic Four Galactus looks exactly like the HasLab. And I mean, I don't think they will. But if they did, it would only be to adjust their sizes, right? Because they talked about Galactus being the biggest legend that they'll make.
Yeah.
But if there's plans to get, so if you look at like Captain America, right? They go back and they talk about the Eternals, where they finally admit that Airsham was the one that's in the water, right? And then that's how they bought the adamantium. So if you think about it from this perspective, right? If the goal here is to talk about space and celestials, right? And they're bringing Galactus, and then there's this idea that whatever this Captain movie is and the touching on Airsham is bigger than Galactus.
Yeah.
So, and only in certain forms, right? Like Galactus is the eater of worlds, like, and can be gigantic, but Airsham is a bigger celestial. So if they did, it would be to adjust the sizes, but I think that it's more of like Hasbro being like, we're just kidding. Here's this Airsham figure, and now it's like 42 inches instead of 36 or whatever Galactus is. But I really do think there's other villains inside this film, and I don't know what they are. And I'm hoping that there's a version of Doom as well, like they explain. I hope that they do get into explaining how Robert Downey Jr. is Doom, right? And if he is Doom and what that is. And I think that there's something else. And this is a thing that I like about this. if this is done right, this is a fantastic flex move and churn for Marvel, because the Fantastic Four universe is like, it's crazy, right? We've talked about this. Like, if you're not doing Avengers or X-Men, like Uncanny X-Men, and you're going to get into Fantastic Four, like, just think of all of the freaking, like, everything that happens in that world.
Yeah. And then again, Marvel, the beautiful thing about having movies is that you've already done a lot of these characters in the standard Marvel Legends line, but now you get to redo them, reimagine them, and actually touch upon different scenarios that you couldn't do. So again, I know we've said, like, one of the HasLabs we thought was maybe having the new Fantastic Four and doing the Fantastic Car, and the car would be lights and sounds and everything, and just coming out, because we haven't seen that done quite well. Toy Biz, I think we've seen that done in Toy Biz, not in Marvel Legends. So they've got the opportunity to do that. But I was just thinking about the HasLab, because again, with the X-Men 97 Sentinel, I didn't expect them to do another Sentinel. I thought it was going to be like, it was the one from the HasLab, you didn't get it, too bad. And then when they reissued this as made to order, was like, well, so now you've kind of reneged on, because remember they said if you don't get this character as a HasLab, it's not going to ever be released. But yet you did kind of release it in a different format. So that's why I was thinking in the same way, maybe Galactus could be done in a different size and different format.
I can see that.
Mm-hmm.
Now that you put in that, it's like, all right, yeah, I can see where you're going with that.
Well, again, I saw this meme that said Hasbro's going to Hasbro. So, they're going to get that shot to do that and everything. But again, from different memes to different scenarios, Chet, we got another sponsor.
Oh, do we?
Yes, sir.
That's right, we sure do. All right, gamers, listen up, because your boy Chet Maddox is about to change your life. You ever step outside ready to flex on the world, but bam, the sun's out here griefing your eyeballs like an overpowered sniper camper? Yeah, no thanks. That's why I rock Solar Flex Shades, the only sunglasses engineered with gamer vision technology. These bad boys don't just block UV rays, they enhance in real life reflexes. I'm talking glare reduction so crisp you could no-scope a watermelon from across the park. Plus, they've got anti-sweat grip tech, because let's be real, gaming might be indoors, but we still sweat under pressure. And for my streamers out there, SolarFlex has blue light reduction lenses, so you can go from dominating the leaderboards to dominating the beach without frying your retinas like a graphics card running on a toaster. So if you want to look good, see better, and flex harder, head over to solarflex.gg and use the code ChetVision for 10% off your first pair. SolarFlex Shades, because if you ain't flexing, are you even gaming?
Now, Chet, is the SolarFlex even so hard enough that it could stop Cyclops optic blast?
Oh, it can. And that's SolarFlex Shades. That's called Flex Vision.
112 FM, Bandito Radio.
Well, it's that time again where we have to sit here and we have to say all this talk about collecting and toys and action figures. We have to, I think people are wondering what the weather's going to be.
And now your weather forecast with Alexander Storm.
Chet, looking all over the mighty United States and everything. We're not going to do the world. We're just going to do United States and everything. So we're going to start off with New York. We're going to start with the East Coast, New York and everything. It's looking like, New York is a chilly 64 degrees.
64. Wow.
64. And then we drop down to Miami, down in Florida and everything.
Yeah.
64 in Miami. What the heck's going on? And then looking over here, Chicago, Illinois. Like I said, 64.
That's probably cool. Oh, wow. Yeah, no, it's crazy.
Detroit, Michigan, 64. Yeah. And like I said, like looking over in Arizona and Nevada. Wait a minute, the Pacific Northwest is 64. And then I'm looking over here, right here in Southern California. It says 64. You know what's going on, right, Chet?
And I have no idea what is going on, Mr. Storm.
People need to turn the temperatures up in their toy rooms, because if you don't have it at a crisp 72 degrees, you're destroying your collection right now. So do me a favor, change that thermostat right now. Let us know. Hit us up over on the Discord, or go through right here through Bandito Radio. Get a hold of us and make sure that you're actually at the proper optimizing degree for your figures. 72 degrees there, but that's the weather, my friend.
112 FM, Bandito Radio.
Hey, so you know what I was thinking? I was sitting here thinking that there's a lot of conventions coming up.
Yes,
people like to gather around. People like to grab a few drinks and hang out together. I was wondering, like, what is a way to just, in this time, what would if you were at a bar, okay, and you really wanted to you wanted that feeling of being an American, right? Like an American toy collector. What would you drink?
You know what? I would drink True American beer from the True American Beer Company.
Oh.
Look, nothing makes you feel truer than True American beer. That's right. It's not real. It's true. And if you know that, there's the actual point. If you actually hit in the actual code and it's the word true, you get 20% off a 6-pack of True American beer. That's right. 20% off a 6-pack.
Crazy.
Use the code TRUE for True American beer, because it is the truest beer that any true American could drink.
112 FM, Bandito Radio.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's TRUE, True, at True American Beer. That's great, man. That's what I got. That's what I'm going to be drinking this convention season.
Like I said again, if we weren't doing the show, you hear me crack one open, but they have strict laws at the station over at Bandito Radio.
Bandito Radio wants you to be comfortable, not us.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? They're like, hey, you can't be comfortable while you're doing this show, but they can.
Exactly. Pull up a cold one for us too.
Yeah, roll it open. Those mountains are blue. Open that can now, baby. Hey, so we do have some upcoming scheduled events coming out. And if you're on our Discord, there's an events section. You can see the events there. They're live. You can follow along there. But Toylanta, which happens March 28th through the 30th, we will actually be attempting as the first time ever. And we're saying attempting because while we think we'll be able to pull it off, we don't want to set the bar and not be able to meet the bar. So we are going to be attempting to live stream from the convention floor. This is also all depending on whether or not Wi-Fi is there and if it's good and if it's crowded and what that looks like. But we're there to talk with fans. So if you're a fan and you want to come say hi, just come hang out. Alexander Storm and myself will be there for the majority of the convention, all the days. We're going to be hanging out there. What are you excited for about Toylanta?
You know what? One, actually to see the actual Bandito in all glory in front of us. And then also second thing is like, look, this is one of the bigger toy conventions in the United States. And, I know from us, we've been to San Diego Comic-Con and New York Comic-Con and certain situations like that. But it's just going to be, I want to go to see one of the biggest toy conventions in the country. And I think what makes it cool too is that, look, we're going to be driving out there. So we're going to do a little film series for our channel over on YouTube, the Shadow Nose Network, SKN. And it's going to be the road to Toylanta. Seriously, have you ever watched any of those, Bob Hope and Bing Crosby movie Road? Well, it's going to be something similar to that. It's just going to have me and Chet in it. So the acting probably won't be as good.
Well, that's true. That is true.
But I'm definitely looking forward to it. This is going to be one of the conventions as well. Then I'm going to try to sit in some of the actual topic forums and just, really try to immerse myself in it since it's the first time that we'll be going to Toylanta like that. So I'm looking to go as a fan more or less, other than I know that we are working now.
Yeah, we are working. We'll be there with Bandito and David Vonner. A lot of other people. Shartimus Prime will be there. A few others.
I heard Mega J Retro too.
Mega J Retro is going to be coming from Canada. So we have. I mean, it's going to be fun. I think it's going to be good. We're excited. Our partners over at Oddfrog Entertainment. We're thankful for having them, and we had a really good get together last weekend, and so we're all looking forward to this. I think it's gonna be fantastic because it'll keep us occupied until May 4th. Do you know what happens on May 4th?
I do know what happens on May 4th. First of all, it's Star Wars Day, but you know what makes it better this year?
No,
is that G.I. Joe's invading that.
Oh, that is true, yeah.
So on May 4th, out here in the city of Temecula, California, which is known as the second wine country of California, technically.
That is true.
Up in the Bay Area, and then there's Temecula down here. On May the 4th, the SoCal Joe Show will be taking place. And guess who has a table and will try to live stream for the second time as a network there? We're going to be
SKN.
The SKN and Bandito Radio and Action Force Frequency. So we'll be there at that. We'll have a table there. So, hey, if you're into Joe's vintage, modern, or, you just want to hear us, on the mic in front of everyone else that's walking around buying toys, and we're wishing we could buy toys, but we're doing a live stream, you can check us out for that.
Yeah, I think that's going to be great. I'm really excited about it. And do you know how you can stay when you're sitting there and you start feeling like you just don't have the right energy? No,
Chet.
Well, that's where our friends over at Figure Fuel Energy come into play. And that's right, Toy Fan. That's right, Toy Fan. I'm trying to say Fanta because I'm thirsty, and it's not.
I know, man. Like I said again, we should have cracked open a Figure Fuel energy drink right now to do it because you sound like you need a recharge, Chet.
I do need a recharge, but that's right, Toy Fanatics. Let's talk about the energy that you're going to need at these conventions. Whether you're going to be hunting the grails, posing the figures, building the dioramas, or deep in a custom paint job, you are going to need Figure Fuel to keep going. And no, I'm not talking about the lukewarm gas station. I'm talking about Figure Fuel Energy, the ultimate energy drink for toy enthusiasts. With our Electro Surge Caffeine, Steady Hand Precision Blend, and Shelf Warrior Stamina Boost, this bad boy keeps you sharp, steady, and sculpted like a premium import figure.
That's right, Chet. Whether you're a loose collector, an MOC protector, or a custom creator, Figure Fuel has your back, and it comes in 3 collector-grade flavors. That is Prototype Punch, because every great collection starts off with a concept.
So good.
Blister Pack Berry, so fresh, it should have a peg hook. Glow in the Dark, my favorite right here. Glow in the Dark, great, because real collectors don't sleep. They recharge.
They sure do. That's correct. And for those long nights painting custom, designing displays, or just scrolling eBay for a deal that doesn't require selling a kidney, no crash, no jitters, just pure collecting power. So hit up figurefuelenergy.com. Use the code TOYPOWER. That's figurefuelenergy.com. Code TOYPOWER for 10% off and fuel your passion like a legend. Again, figurefuelenergy.com, Toy Power, 10% off. Fuel your passion like a legend because shelf space is not going to fill itself.
112 FM, Bandito Radio.
It's that time, my friend. We are winding down for some great music to follow us next. Who knows what's coming up after us, but let's let everyone know what's happening with SKN.
Well, before we do that, can we actually talk about the music, man? Because whether it's country, looking for techno, you're looking for any form of hip hop or something, man, I listened to it just as a fan to Bandito Radio, and the music actually gets me through up until the point where we start having the podcast jump on. So wow, I'm completely impressed with some of these bands that are actually getting the chance to have their music and their energy just put out for a whole different new fan base.
Yeah, I mean, it's great. It's fantastic. Yeah. It's good stuff happening.
Yeah, let's get us up everything on the Shadow now. If you don't know, Action Figure Frequencies is a product of the Toy Box Chronicle production, and Toy Box Chronicles lives and breathes over on the SKN, that is known as the Shadow Nose Network, or like we like to call it, the mighty SKN. If you're looking for us other than Bandito Radio, well, there's 2 live streams that's done on Wednesdays and Fridays. On Wednesday at 7 p.m. Eastern or Pacific Standard Time and 10 p.m. Eastern Time. It's Toy Box Chronicles. That's right. We're Action Figure Frequencies. You can see Chet and myself over on Toy Box Chronicles every Wednesday on YouTube and all of our other streaming channels and platforms. And then on Fridays, the crew adds 2 more, and not just Chet and myself, but also Rad and Dr. Brittley for Pixel Plastic and Ink, and that takes place same bat time, same bat channel at 7 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and on May the 5th, and that's right, March the 5th, I'm sorry. I was thinking about the Star Wars Day thing, got that whole taken back. March the 5th.
I mean, whatever, we don't know what's happening on May 5th.
Yeah. March the 5th on Toy Box Chronicles. That's a special double cast with not only ourselves, but also the Skeleton Tomb that's from their YouTube channel. And it's going to be Toy Box Chronicles on the mighty SKN Shadow Nose Network channel. We're going to have a double cast. It's going to be 2 hours of Chet, Scully, Deadman Juan, and Alexander Storm. I don't know if the people can actually do 2 hours worth, like take that for 2 hours.
The iron butt competition right there, baby.
No, I'm not talking about us. I'm talking about the listeners out there. But you're going to get it, man. All the glory and everything from the Skeleton Tomb and Toy Box Chronicles. Looking forward for that mashup, Chet.
Yeah, I think it's going to be great, man. I'm excited.
Yeah, you know what, man? It's just like sometimes the things keep just moving on in that point. And again, if you're not listening to Bandito Radio, then you've made a big mistake and everything. If you're listening now, thank God you found us. But you know what's even better than that, though? Telling us how you feel. So if anything else, if you want us to dive into any subjects or anything, Chet, where can they find us at?
Well, I think they can find us everywhere, right? Like if you're listening to this on Spotify, leave it in the comments. Rate the episode, rate the show. Put everything on there. If you listen to iHeartRadio, Apple, anywhere you can hear your podcast, we're there. Let us know in the comments on those. Like, subscribe, follow. But you can find us over at Shadow Nose Network on YouTube is where our main is. We also have a Discord channel that's specific, and you can find us out there. But like always, you can really just find us anywhere the internet exists, to be honest.
Exactly. We don't make it too hard for you. We're everywhere and anywhere. Try not to.
Yeah.
Hey, this is what sucks, bro. We got to end this, man. But you know what's a good thing?
What's coming up next? I'm excited about for what's coming up next. Stay tuned and listen. Make sure that you do it because you came from every coast to listen, and we're happy you're here.
That is right, and everything else like that. And if they're not chasing what, Chet?
If you ain't chasing your plastic dragon, then you're not chasing.
Thanks for listening, everyone.
Thank you for listening to Action Figure Frequencies with Chet Maddox and Alexander Storm.
Hello, outlaws and outlaws. You are listening to Howlin Jim. You are on 112 FM, Bandito Radio.
We didn't know where we were going.
outlaws and outlawettes. You are listening to Howlin Jim, and you are on 112 FM, Bandito Radio.
Noel, it's the summer, and I'm coming to the cookout. I need y'all to save me a plate. Iced out for the summertime. When the goons see it, they gon' want what's mine. Keep one for the ones jumping out of line. Damn, I'm almost running out of time. Had the 40 on me just in case my G card get declined. Pour the 40 out for all the homies who ain't get to make it out the grind. For other kings, we royalty. Can't get back the loyalty. You can always hit the block, but you better stack up for the lawyer fees. Shorty might wanna spoil me like I'm only there for support. I try my best to keep my baby mama out of court. Now it's 5 mics in the sauce. Shorty said she divorced. She don't got time for no sweet talk. She just ride around in the Porsche. It was 9/11 when I rung the bell and she met me down on the porch. Trust me, homie, she a torch. Educated and approachable. Need a player who was coachable. Threw it at me what I'm supposed to do. Turn it down like the neighbors just called the law. Bitch, I thought we was cool. You wanna party with who? We can't be party or crew. We on a party or two. Me in the summer, we were together like lovers. Making love under them covers. Hot, sweating. Noah.
You are tuned in to 112 FM on your radio dial. This is Bandito Radio.
Our souls, they wander night and day, bound by the light, then fade away. When you're gone, my chaos shines like a lone star lost in endless skies. Soul travel, a celestial dance, chasing dreams, giving love a chance. Though the road gets long and the night gets cold, our hearts stay warm and our love takes hold. My soul's a river, rough and wide, but you calm the waters deep inside. Your spirit's fire lights my way through endless night and breaking day. Soul travel, a celestial dance, chasing dreams, giving love a chance. Though the road gets long and the night gets cold, our hearts stay warm and our love takes hold. No matter the miles, no matter the years, your voice cuts through all my doubts and fears. This journey we're on, written in the sky, keeps our love strong as the world rolls by. Wild spirit calms my soul, while my restless heart makes you whole. Together we're stars in the endless night, shining bright with love's pure light. Soul travel, a celestial dance, chasing dreams, giving love a chance. Though the road gets long and the night gets cold, our hearts stay warm and our love takes hold. So let's keep riding this starlit lane, through joy and love, through loss and pain. In this country song, our souls align, forever together, yours and mine.
tuned in to 112 FM on your radio dial. This is Bandito Radio.
To the blade, train you hard to be a man. Even to live for innocent, just like this your real chain. Charging in his mouth, after all that final chain. Leave with me, sunbound, from the hearts of warrior fight. Patriotic way to fight, bloody cuss and numbing strength. How do you say, smell that drink, drink of death and coordination. Breathers get concentration, fix your fucking way of life. Setting all the causing strife. Join the army, never you can fight and you can die. You can fight, you can die. Join the army, now so you can fight and you can die. You can fight and you can die. God wants it for a reason. What's your ego? Run away. They're God's a generation. See the beat, generation. See the family and poverty. Strike the whole country. All the customs are war. Let my you and corporate harm. Fuck your million industrialization. Country man, civilization. Hate the work and showcase. Explain them, lower wages. Watch your haters demonstrate. Seven falls of moxie. Stop your fascist fist and vote. Shut the pride out of your heart. Attention, about face, forward, march. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. What you tell me, until you can fight and you can die. What you tell me, until you can fight and you can die. Now the arms are good to you. Give you an education too. Vigilance gonna do the work. Holding it past 94. Simulation is domination. Real leads to termination. Playing around with deadly toys. Not a game for grown-up boy. Fuck your nuclear separate race. Soilers up, human race. All this talk of new power. Deadly rain. Thomas shower. Antibody is staying in fear. Talk death. Don't wanna hear. Think it's time to stop this war. Here is be the deadly score. Now you join the army. Believe the lies you're bad and now you're fucking dead.
Well, hello, listener. You are tuned in to 112 on your FM dial. Bandito Radio. Ow! Hello, outlaws and outlaws. You are listening to Howlin Jim, and you are on 112 FM, Bandito Radio.
Joker Junction's just begun. Silly bits and punchlines fly. Have a laugh on us, don't be shy. Have a laugh, have a smile. Stick around, stay a while. Jokes keep rolling, no need to rush. Joke Junction, have a laugh on us.
All right, welcome back to Joke Junction, everyone. This is Mike Cantrell, and you are listening to 112 FM, Bandito Radio. What a great show, huh? We've got a little bit of everything for everybody here. This week, I want to do something a little bit different. This comedian is by far one of my favorites. He's been around for, 20 plus years. He had a TV show that was only on for 2 seasons on Fox back in the early 2000s. And his name is Christopher Titus. I personally find him to be a brilliant writer, great performer, and just a funny dude. So this is just a small clip from his first comedy special, which was Norman Rockwell is Bleeding from 2004. If you go to his YouTube page, Christopher Titus TV, he put up all of his stand-up specials for free, except for his most recent one, Carrying Monsters, which I was lucky enough to see a live performance of about a year ago. Freaking funny. Check it out. But go to Christopher Titus TV to check out all of his specials. But this is probably one of the funniest bits of his that I've loved for a long time. Hopefully you'll like it too. 112 FM, Bandito Radio, Joke Junction. Have a laugh on us. Here is Christopher Titus from Norman Rockwell is Bleeding.
I was a bad kid. I deserved to fight, though. Bad kid. Cops in my neighborhood knew me. Cops in my neighborhood had my dad on speed dial. Mr. Titus, yeah, do you have a federal mailbox in your living room? No, we figured. Just leave the boy out front. We'll be by. And I wasn't an evil kid. I just put a lot of pranks that happened to be felonies. Anybody look back on their high school career and just shudder at the crap you got away with and didn't die? I remember going up Highway 1, Northern California, the coast highway goes like this. We're over 100 miles an hour in Dwayne Olson's 69 Mustang Mach 1 428 Cobra jet. And we are high. High. I can no longer hold my body upright. High. And Beastie Boys' License to Ill is playing at a soothing 1,000,005 decibels. Yeah. A bunch of California white boys singing No Sleep Till Brooklyn. Yeah, we rock. I got the rear seat of the car. This is pathetic. I got the rear seat of the car laid down flat. I'm laying on my back looking out the window at the sky, just tripping on the sky going by. And you have those moments of clarity when you're screwing up your life. I hear myself say out loud to my friends, guys, man, there's a cloud up there that looks like an evil mouse snow skiing, man. And they were so high they pulled over and got out to look at it. Yearbook voted me most likely to be scraped from an off-ramp by a puking fireman. Because I was a kid in school whose friends would give him extra alcohol just to see what he was going to change into. If we were driving around on a Saturday night, someone noticed a hotel roof within 50 feet of the hotel pool, they would just stop the car. Hey, Titus, can you make that? Two more beers. I finally stopped drinking when I hit 17 years old. Yes, imagine the fuck up I must have been. Stopped drinking because it's not really good for your health, and I fell into a bonfire. Yeah, you're done drinking then. You don't need AA. Falling into a bonfire is a one-step program. Big, huge beach party, middle of the night, whole school's there, you know. Party's winding down, everybody's paired up except for loser moi. And we're burning a telephone pole. I don't know where we got a telephone pole. I do know it's pretty high up there on the drunk theft scale, though. And I'm walking on the bonfire, I get my feet caught in this blanket, and I fall in, and as I fall in, I'm so drunk, I actually think, who the hell brings a blanket to the beach? And the flames are now right here. And I am aware, that's close to my face. Then I see my hands on this burning ember, and I exclaim, ah! And Scott Carnathan gets up out of nowhere and does this full-speed running, jumping, drunk Jackie Chan leap flip thing over me, and the fire grabs me, throws me into the sand, although my palms stayed right on the log. Then my drunk friends proceed to stomp me out. Hey man, you all right? Dude, get his hair, get his hair. Dude! I'm not laughing at you, man. But you are wasted. Hey, sleep it off, man. You gotta drive to Taco Bell. So by now the whole school has gathered around me because they've seen the steam rising from the beach. And then I'm going to be the story to tell on Monday. You're going to believe Titus did, man. And they know I need medical attention, but it's way too early to end this party. Tony! Dude, man, go to the ice chest and get Titus a cold beer for each hand. Great, now they're performing drunk triage on me. They take the offending blanket, put it over me, and just leave me there. During the night, my hands were just burning up, so I just put them in the nice cold sand, you know? Then I walked out and put them in the nice, soothing salt water. I pass out at shore level, waves lap against my head till morning. 6 a.m. in the morning. My friends wake me up and take me to this emergency center near the beach in Santa Cruz. Emergency center. It was like an emergency shed. There was a doctor, a weed whacker, and a fucking rake. And my friends don't want to be involved with this dumbass thing that I did, or the story at all. So before they let me go in to get medical attention, they stop me in the parking lot. Titus, dude, look, man, shut up, I'm telling him. Look, man, we talked about it, and here's what happened. You're a homeless guy, and we found you on the beach. Okay. I'm a 17-year-old burned-up homeless boy with new Nikes wearing an alligator shirt. Okay. So I go in, and the doctor's pissed off. I'm not the first dumbass teenager he's met in his life, and I got like 12 beers in me from the night before. This man decides to shoot me full of painkiller. Yeah, nothing like that Demerol Budweiser cocktail to start the day. I was in this phase where everybody looked like a lizard for a while. Then there was like this Stanley Kubrick, Charlie Brown cartoon, man, because everybody was spinning and going, la, 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 la. And the doctor finally goes, what happened to you? Well, oh reptilian one, I fell into the bonfire. So when you fell in, son, did you breathe in or did you scream? I screamed. What would you do? And instantly the dude's right in my face. He's right here. He's got my chin in his fist, and he goes, good! Because if you'd have breathed in, son, guess what? The hot air and the flames would have collapsed your lungs, and you would have died. Well, now you look like Jesus. And Jesus, you need a Tic Tac. Then the man takes out the stiffest brush I have ever seen in my entire life. Don't puss out on me now. And this green soap, which I don't think it was soap, I think it was a piece of lava rock spray painted green with barnacles and glass stuck to it. And I have so much painkiller in me, I don't get to feel, but I get to see and hear. It's gonna hurt tomorrow, huh? He bandages my hands, leaves the room, comes back 10 minutes later, said, I called your father. He said, get your ass home, quit being a wussy, and hung up. So my Carolyn, Lynn, Pat, fifth stepmother came to get me. And this is the worst trouble I'd been into up to this point in my life. I wasn't even supposed to be out. I was always grounded. I went 60 miles to the beach, snuck out my window. So on the way home, my dad didn't even know I was gone until he got a phone call from the doctor. So on the way home, I'm so freaked out and drugged up. In the car, I start leaving notes for other relatives. I'm not in military school. Look for the body. Ken Titus is the killer. And we pull up in front of the house. My stepmom, you know, really helpful. You and your dad have a nice talk. I have something to do away. I'm on the curb by myself. I got these big white boxing glove bandage hands on. Sand has been rammed into every orifice from lying on the beach all night. My hair is east, and I'm high. And the front door opens. And my father had turned into the burning bush. But I was so pathetic looking, he couldn't hit me. I had gone one step beyond getting my ass kicked. Yes. He still snapped. He opens the door and he goes, ah! Oh! You mother... Oh! Oh! Whales must have been off the coast. What the hell is that noise? You hear that? And as I walked past him, his head just kept getting bigger and redder. I'm thinking, oh God, if he has a stroke, I'm not grounded.
And that, my friends, is a wrap for us this week. I hope you enjoyed it. Thank you for listening to 112 FM Bandito Radio. Hello, outlaws and outlaws. You are listening to Howlin Jim, and you are on 112 FM Bandito Radio.
1.12 FM Bandito Radio, brought to you by Oddfrog Entertainment. Good evening, everybody. This is 1.12 FM Bandito Radio. Bandito Radio is brought to you by Oddfrog Entertainment. You guys are now tuned into what we will be calling the garage. This is your DJ here, Patrick J. Martinez. I'm just another geek from East LA. We are broadcasting off of Brooklyn Avenue in the beautiful city of Boyle Heights, California, everybody. And my sole job is to keep you entertained with some of the best new independent music, and all in between that, as we explore independent music, new independent music, mixed music genre, because really this is what this is going to be for you guys. This is going to be a mixed music genre show focused on the best in new independent music, spotlighting some of the best new independent recording artist, and we're going to keep it independent, everybody. So as we are doing that, all in between the music, all in between the jibber jabbering, we are going to be talking about the Bandito from Oddfrog Entertainment. The Bandito is an action vehicle. Now, what we're going to be doing today is we're just going to be keeping ourselves up to date on some of the current news regarding the Bandito itself. Just about a few days ago, there was a big, huge pre-order push for the Bandito. So what we're going to do right now is we're just going to kick it right here in the garage, all right? We're going to play some songs. I've got some music lined up for you to kind of get us excited for the Bandito, to kind of get us excited to just get ready, man. All you posers, all you toy photographers out there, I'm going to line up some music right now in this next hour or so, and let's see if what I got can keep you going, everybody. And maybe later on in this hour, we'll have an introduction of myself. But right now, I ain't all that important because right now, it's all about the Bandito action vehicle. This is the garage. This is your disc jockey here, just another geek from East LA. And the garage is a program courtesy of Oddfrog Entertainment. All right, buddy. All right, everybody. And buddies. You're going to be all my buddies, right? You're going to be all my buddies, everybody. So you know what, everybody? Let's get into it here. We're going to get into the new one right here. This is fresh off the press. This came out about a couple of weeks ago with this release. We're going to get into one of the new ones by 2D and K, everybody. This is 1.12 FM Bandito Radio.
Forget about you, I'm trying to make you know I love you, I'm trying to make it happen. Individual, love is critical, but with my sister, bro, turn the system up and let them feelings go, And if you do not get it, you can fucking kick it. I know I got Elijah anytime I'm going through it. Yeah, I'm talking to you, play it through your head, cause I'm right here. Yeah, you know I got your back and there is no one to compare. Yeah, that's my dog and she ain't kept up on the leash. Yeah, I started moving smart, I know you do the same for me. I'll be here start to finish, I thank the God at 17 that I made it to this age. Life ain't as easy as it seems, yeah, I'm the youngest, but I know I be acting older. Like if you need a place to cry, you know you always got my shoulder. Our life's been crazy, but we some crazy ass kids. It don't matter how it's looked on, this is our life in the end, yeah.
I know you be stressing a lot, but that's why you got me. I know you know exactly what I'm talking about. You the ups and downs, turnarounds, it doesn't matter. I got you. At the end, I'm not going nowhere, and that's a promise. And I don't call it luck on how you came in my life when it was destined. I mean, we're destined to be this way. Come on now.
Here's the shirt off my back if you need it, but I'ma need it back this time for reals and I mean it. Haha, that shit was random, but it was real, cause I know for a fact someone knows to cheer me up. So tell me how's it feel? I know I always piss you off, always stuck up in the mug, but this time you bailed me out, you understood and that's for love. I wish I could express how much you mean to me. I got you till the very end, we got a stack of history. Yeah, you like a grand slam, shutting down my cases. The DA asking questions, but you don't know cause you ain't seen me. You're someone I love and keep it real, so you my best friend for life. Let's make a deal, you know I got you till the very fucking end. That was the old me, I don't know it no more. But if someone comes up knocking, let me know and I'ma come. It don't matter the situation, family ties, girl, we related. Cause when it comes to you, then I guess the laws I'll be breaking, huh? Haha, what? How it makes me feel. Is there anyone who's got my back for real? We'll always last. We'll always last. Always last. Always last. Always last. Always last. Always last. Hey, shout out to my sister though, the realest one on my team. Appreciate you always believing me since day one. I'm gonna do it for you.
No fire's too hot, no snow is too cold. Youth will never leave me, I'll never grow. I feel free as a bird, flying around in the blue. As long as
watch you get pretty. To know you're free in the moment as we cruising along. Baby, we could ride for hours and just chill in the city. I'd rather have you there with me than be cruising along. Them red lips, them brown eyes, and that brown skin. Knew I found the one, cause for you I'd move a mountain. Probably think I'm lying, but I'm just keeping it 1,000. You just wanna fly and yet you always keep it grounded. Yeah, it ain't no other feeling like it. Hard to describe it, all I know is you can't really price it. Music blasting and you know we bumping oldie tunes. It could be 100 women here and yet it's only you. Got me feeling like a million with you next to me. Lately I'm feeling like you bringing out the best in me. See, I can't really picture no one else I'd rather cruise with. We got something, I'm just hoping that we never lose it.
This is Bandito Radio 1.12 FM. Bandito Radio brought to you by Oddfrog Entertainment. This is your disc jockey here, Patrick J. Martinez. Just another geek from East LA. We are coming at you on Brooklyn Avenue in the beautiful city of Boyle Heights, California. And right now, everybody, you are tuned into what I am working title calling The Garage. Welcome to The Garage, everybody. And one of our purposes here in The Garage is to continuously spread out the word of the Bandito action vehicle, which is coming to us from Oddfrog Entertainment and the 112th Street Chop Shop. Everybody, we just finished listening to Brittany Nicole and Versa with their duet there of Take Me Cruisin'. Before that, we heard Lady Old School with Can't Get Over You. Before that, we had Michaela Rivera with As Long As I've Got You. And one of the new tracks coming from the 2DNK album entitled Equipped, we got started off with I Wonder. A little bit of soldies right there. A little bit of new school soldies. This new school soldie era, this new wave is holding on and keeping the tradition and the spirit alive. And this is one of the things I'm going to get out there to you old heads, especially you old heads. A lot of you old heads like to walk around and say, oh, there ain't no good music. None of these kids ain't doing it right. Well, I'll tell you what, I ain't no old head, and there's no way I'm going to be stuck in that old head mentality. So one of the things I'm going to be doing is sharing some of my favorite genres of music, and just to kind of go out there and show everybody that these new artists are still kicking it. And guess what? Some of your old heads out there, this one's for you too. Some of your favorite acts are still doing it. They still laying down them tracks, and maybe this time they're at an independent level, and maybe that's why you're not seeing them, or that's why you're not choosing to see them. But we're gonna change that mentality. It's one of the many things that we're gonna do up here in the garage, out here in Boyle Heights, California. And I'm just another geek from East LA. All right, everybody, just remind yourselves that you guys can find Bandito Radio on Spotify, Podbean, and the Oddfrog Entertainment YouTube channel. Now, what is the inspiration behind Bandito Radio? Well, check this out. Bandito Radio is building a radio station that is geared to and set to inspire toy photography artists. Okay, now imagine this, right? Imagine this very cool, immersive experience that you can have once we have our Bandito action vehicle in our hands. All right, now imagine this. It's possibly late at night, right? You're setting up your shot, right? You got an idea. Okay, I got this idea. I got to execute this idea. So you're up at night because, it's flowing, right? The artistic juices, that need, that drive, that craving to create, it's late at night and you got a shot. You're about to set it up. You're going to turn on 1.12 FM Bandito Radio and you're going to get inspired by two things that you are going to be witnessing there. Your ear is going to witness two things. It's going to get your brain and all that creative artistic juices flowing. You're either going to get some music that'll inspire you to set up that shot, take that shot, complete that shot. Or you know what? Maybe there's going to be an old time radio play. Maybe something like Dracula or Frankenstein to get you going. And that's what you're going to find here at Bandito Radio, 1.12 FM. Now, right now, if you want to get in on some of those radio plays, you want to hear some of these old classic radio plays that are now in the public domain so we can all share this amongst one another. All you got to do is you just got to go to either Podbean, Spotify, or Oddfrog Entertainment, which is the YouTube channel, and go ahead and look for Mira's Morgue of Midnight Madness. 1.12 FM Bandito Radio. Tune in to get inspired, or just to help fall asleep. And that is going to be one of my tasks that I've been set up with here at Bandito Radio and 1.12 FM. We are through the halfway point of what will be an hour today. I feel we're just going to spend an hour or so this time. And then we're going to get into some more music. But one of the things I want to do before we get into some more music is I want to just remind everybody. Now, the Bandito has been working on several licensing deals as well as a wider distribution network. Okay, so in order for us to get this Bandito into production, monetarily, the company is looking at $115,000 that are needed for production. Currently, Oddfrog Entertainment stands at $85,515 in pre-orders. It is almost there. It is almost time to get in on the production. Now, right now, we can get in on this pre-order, right? Kind of a free pre-order. Right now, what we can do, we can go to oddfrogentertainment.com and for free, we can secure our Bandito action vehicle. For those in the toy photography community, for those that are collectors of the 1/12 scale action figure, for those that are in the car culture, for those that are in the low culture, for those that are in the muscle car culture. Yo, if you're like me and you got to take the bus because you don't have a car, but you respect and love cars, well, guess what? This collectible is going to be for you. Just imagine a fully articulated 1/12 vehicle that looks like an old 1965. Looks like an old 1965 Oh my God, I was about to say Chevelle, but I know I am totally wrong. And the last time I shared about this, I was completely utter right. But you know what? I'm so excited about this piece that I'm over here flabbergasted. My jaw is locking, man. I feel like I can't even articulate enough and how fantastic this item is going to be. Now, some of the updates regarding the Bandito, regarding terms of licensing, one of the coolest things that has been recently solidified and will be a go is the Lon Chaney estate has given the Oddfrog Entertainment team licensing rights to do some skins, to create some skins that will be available that you can put on your Bandito, because don't forget, the Bandito is a customizable action vehicle. So there's going to be a few kits that will be available for when this starts to come out. There's going to be a lowrider kit, which will include a skin and will include some other parts such as wheels, as such, and bumpers and grills for you to completely change the look of your Bandito. So some of the things we might be able to see regarding the Lon Chaney, there might be a Phantom of the Opera skin. There could possibly be a London After Midnight skin. So like I said, there's going to be a lowrider kit. There's going to be this kit that looks like a post-apocalyptic car. So think something out of the old Road Warrior movies. And just stay tuned. At the end of January 2025, hopefully, Oddfrog Entertainment will be able to announce some of the, maybe more licensing rights that were secured, and maybe we can get some renderings of what some of the future skins will be looking like for the Bandito. And, you know, outside from that fantastic news, there's a lot more that will be coming along the pike for the Bandito. So right now, let's get into it. Let's get into some more music that can hopefully influence you on your quest of creating the best setup and taking the best shot. We are out here in the beautiful city of Boyle Heights, California. We are coming at you on the beautiful Brooklyn Avenue. I'm just another geek from East LA. This is 112 Radio, 1.12 Radio, Bandito Radio, a program courtesy of Oddfrog Entertainment. We're going to get back into it, everybody. Let's get into the new Wow Ash Wow, backed by Heaping Teaspoon, everybody. This is Hustle Hard, the Tiny Desk Rejection Audition, everybody. This was recorded live. This is the live version, everybody. KQBH 101.5 FM.
Okay, now do it again.
Okay, and do it again for safety. All right. Hustle hard. Ready? 1, 2, 3, go! Let's go! Let's go! Ha, 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 ha. Let's go! Let's go! Let's go! Ha, 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 ha. My blessing and a curse. So speak the fucking truth every time I spit a verse. So memorize these words because it's very fucking critical. Put it in your heart, nigga, sing it like a spiritual. I ain't gonna lie and say I grew up in a trap, but that no fucking meaning I could still do the math. See, I come from a genealogy of homegrown hustlers. That's why they say, oh, she get it from her mother. Sleeping on the couch and then I'm grinding 9 to 5. Riding on these legs like a story in my mind. steady grinning goose. Cause all these plastic bitches will just shoot you from up. So I keep on stacking paper, show love to my haters. Cause karma is a bitch and I don't need those type of favors. I keep on steady grinding, man, you can tuck and shine. I'm putting in the work away to stick a booty trick. Cause it's that hustle hard if you wanna stay alive. Shit, keep on steady grinding, man, fuck that 9 to 5. As the kush gets rolled and the blunt burns slow. Middle finger to them haters, better let them know that hustle hard if you wanna stay alive. Shit, keep on steady grinding, man, fuck that 9 to 5. Kush gets rolled and the blunt burns slow. Middle finger to them haters, better. So second verse, and I don't want no fucking feature. Cause I made every single word to try to reach. Don't you know a broke man can never be beaten? It can never be beaten. And I can sit and say fuck Donald Trump, but all them lame ass niggas love to pump and dump, scrubbing out the thoughts with reality TV. Keep us real dumb so we never saw the scheme. That's why I took the time to write this rhyme, so I can tell you baby's not to be so fine. Keep on stacking paper, show love to my haters. Karma is a bitch and I don't. Yo, this that hustle hard if you wanna stay alive. Shit, keep on steady grinding, man. Fuck that 9 to 5. As the kush gets rolled and the blunt burns slow. Middle finger to them haters, better let them know this that. If you wanna stay alive, shit, keep on steady grinding, man. Fuck that 9 to 5. As the kush gets rolled and the blunt burns slow. Middle finger to them haters, better let them know. So keep on steady grinding. They can stop your life from shining. Keep on putting in the work. That's the way to strip up all that twerk. So keep on steady grinding. They can stop your life from shining. And keep on putting in the work. That's the way to strip up booty. It's that hustle hard if you wanna stay alive. Shit, keep on steady grinding, man. Fuck that 9 to 5. As the kush gets rolled and the blunts burn slow. Middle finger to them haters, better now. It's that hustle hard if you wanna stay alive. Shit, keep on steady grinding, man. Fuck that 9 to 5. As the kush gets rolled and the blunts burn slow. Middle finger to them. It's that hustle hard music, 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 hustle hard music. Yo, let's go! Let's go! Let's go! Ha! 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 I wanna tell you who we are. I wanna tell you who we are. I wanna introduce you to the baddest band and the whole dynamite. Let me take you around the world. We're gonna start with the horns, y'all. Bring us to the horns, y'all. Motherfucking horns, y'all. You better give them what you got.
Oh, that right there was Wow Ash Wow and Heaping Teaspoon. That is the new single right there entitled Hustle Hard, and that was the Tiny Desk Rejection submission, and that was recorded live. Okay, now before I get into Wow Ash Wow, I'm going to say one thing about Wow Ash Wow, and this is going to encompass one of the things that I have on my opinion when it comes to punk rock and hip hop, because there ain't nobody in the world that could be both a punk rock queen and ultimately be at the same time a hip hop hard hitting queen. Now, if you know me, the one thing that you're going to learn about me, and if you already know me, you know this. Your boy Patrick right here totally has the agreement and will die on this hill that punk rock and hip hop come from the same point of origin. When we are talking about the system that was around us at the time when this music was created, both musics, when we look at what was happening economically, socially, and with the just the way the neighborhoods, the way strikes were happening, the way resources weren't being taken care of, in the way that they were happening in midst of strikes, in midst of fires, and in midst of administration that would not do what they had to do for a community that couldn't really have enough resources to speak for themselves. So for me, punk rock and hip hop come from the same point of origin, and nobody right now or ever, I believe, can encompass both genres as Wow Ash Wow. Now, Wow Ash Wow, I ain't joking about Wow Ash Wow. I've had the opportunity to sit with her and have conversations with her and really just be inside the same room with her. And when you're in the same room with Wow Ash Wow, you will understand the powerhouse that you are in the presence of. And when I say she ain't no joke in terms of the punk rock side of things, when she was a youth, around 18 or so, she had opened up for the Ramones drummer, Marky Ramone, and one of her earliest mentors was Mr. Steve Albini from Big Black. Now, that is a punk rock legend. So those of you listening that know your punk rock, you know I ain't joking, and you know if she was mentored by Mr. Steve Albini, then you know she is the truth. And we are definitely going to be playing some more Wow Ash Wow. If there's anything here that you've heard or anything that I will be playing in the future, please feel free to hit me up and say, hey, let me hear that one again. Let me dedicate this one. And however, feel free to hit me up here in the garage. This is Patrick J. Martinez. This is your disc jockey here for 1.12 FM Bandito Radio. Please don't forget that you can find Bandito Radio on Spotify, Podbean, and Oddfrog Entertainment YouTube channel. Right now, those are the 3 plats that you guys can pick up Bandito Radio on. And don't forget, hit those plats so that way you can take a look or listen at Mira's Morgue of Midnight Madness. And those episodes there are going to be filled with some wonderful classic radio plays from the past. And 1.12 FM radio is home of Howlin Jim Joxon, everybody. So you know what? Let's get back into a couple of things. We're going to be wrapping up in a moment here, but there was one thing that I wanted to get out just to give an update of what's been popping with the Bandito. Oh, let me go back on that thought that I lost. The Bandito itself is based around in 1965. Oh my God, I keep saying Chevelle. Like right now, I had it up in my head. I know that one's completely wrong, but you know what? I'm just gonna take the wrong one on that because I know I'm completely wrong. Anyway, forget about that because I got something here that I'm definitely gonna get right. So, Oddfrog Entertainment had a live on their YouTube channel, and they were talking to some very outstanding creatives. One of the creatives that they were talking to was CEO, publisher Tony Cottrell. Tony Cottrell is the CEO and publisher of Advent Comics. Advent Comics, putting the soul back into comics. Yes. Now, Advent Comics is focused on providing high-quality comic and fan satisfaction. Advent Comics is available for sale on 6 continents and in over 54 countries around the world. Advent Comics does provide very, very expansive genres in the comic books that they produce. Now, one of the titles that they have over at Advent Comics is a title called South Side. South Side is about a gentleman by the name of Dalton Malone. Dalton Malone returns home to the mean streets of Washington, D.C. to find the murderer of his friend and to get revenge. South Side is a crime noir thriller action-packed comic book. You guys should be able to find that at your local comic book dispensary and anywhere online. Should be able to find information on that, but I would go to adventcomics.com for more information. Now, what is Advent Comics connection and participation in terms of the Bandito action vehicle? Excuse me, the Bandito action vehicle. Now, Advent Comics and Oddfrog Entertainment are going to come together to bring us the Dalton Malone action figure. So think about that. So Dalton Malone is going to be part of this Bandito initiative. We're going to see a 1/12 fully articulated action figure. There will be a mini comic exclusive that will solely just come with the figure itself. And this should also help commemorate the 15th anniversary for Advent Comics. So there is no better way than to celebrate both the 15th anniversary of Advent Comics and to really get the Bandito, pushed. And because now look at that. Now think about that. All right, everybody, collectors, posers, what have you. Now we are just being shown, and there's a high possibility that we're going to get this beautiful 1/12 action vehicle. And now think about it. Now there's going to be an action figure that is directly in relation to the item itself. But you know what? Let's get into one more before we wrap up a little. And maybe I should tell you just a little bit about myself and what my whole purpose might possibly be here in terms of the Bandito. All right, everybody, we are going to get into another new single. The Queen is back. The Queen Powder, all the way out from Texas. She had taken a break for a number of years. She is well known in the genre of the Latin Chicano hip hop side of things. So yeah, she's well known for her part on an old track called Nasty Girl. She is probably recognized for probably one of her most popular songs about blazing it, about getting high. She is also known for a song called Smoke On. For me, the Queen never left. However, the Queen has been back for the past year. She recently dropped a full album, which has some very, very good collaborations with a lot of new, current, female, independent artists. And the new artists that she is featured with on her album are some of the same artists that she paved the road for. And these artists are just continuing what she had laid down for them. So they are just building on what Powda has laid down, everybody. So we're going to get into this nice track with here featuring Powda and Crystal Poppin' with La La La.
Hustle on my Rick Rouse, getting mad money like my money pissed off. Houston rocket, watch it lift off. Running this game like Queens of the South. About to get it with no never a drought. Boy, better bitch, shut it down, blackout. I'm like a dragon, gonna take over. Crash my wagon, now I'm never sober. I'm not bragging, nope, not a boaster. They just lacking, I keep a toaster. Rolling like Grover, out of this world. Betty take over with a gang of girls. Where that drink, need it in my cup. Hit that green, need it in my blunt. Pull it up, blow it up, whole club smelling like skunk, cheers, celebrating. So here's to the ones that's hating. Appreciate the motivation and fuck your 5-star ratings. Good times, good vibes. Got another blood love for my people. Fuck the prequel, I'm so fecal. Ain't nobody stopping the sequel. It's like la 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 la. It's going down tonight. La 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 la. And now I feel so high. La 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 la. No, we don't do that vibe. La 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 la. Get down, let's ride. We about to blow, we'll keep that blow your mind. We'll get high. We about to blow, we'll keep that blow your mind. We'll get high. We about to blow, we'll keep that blow your mind. We'll get high. We about to blow, we'll keep that blow your mind. Poppin' by the blow, West Texas get loud. Live from the corner L, Paso my town. Me and all my bitches ain't afraid to get down. Cause security will keep you walking through the crowd. Pour another Hennessy, shout out all my enemies. Poppin' always solid, all these bitches always finicky. You ain't talking money, I ain't fucking with your energy. I don't want a man, but I'm telling him in the key. Ice like Colorado weather. Been around the corner, Texas bitches do it better. I've been in the game, earn my stripes like Tigger. Motherfuckers dropping all these dollars like feathers. Ayy, shout out the Queens, Powder and Pop. As soon as we land, we going shopping. Louis my luggage, Gucci my outfit. Money been falling, looking like toppings. Don't want a piece of the pie, I want all this. 10,000 hours, no way that I'm stopping. Been to the top, came from the bottom. I've been alone, I've been with all them. Don't give a fuck what these bitches is subbing. Stacking my bread like a brick in the oven. Saving my cash, ain't always sunny. Parted and back to the money. We bout to blow, we'll keep that blow your mind. We'll get high. We bout to blow, we'll keep that blow your mind. We'll get high. We bout to blow, we'll keep that blow your mind. We'll get high. We bout to blow, we'll keep that blow your mind. It's like la 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 la. It's going down tonight. La 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 la. And now I feel so high. La 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 la. No, we don't do bad vibes. La 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 la. You down, let's ride.
Right, everybody. That right there was taken from the new Powda album. The Queen is back. That was a La 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 with Powda and Crystal Poppin'. A little bit of something coming out from Texas for everybody. Everybody, this is 1.12 FM. This is Bandito Radio. Bandito Radio brought to you by Oddfrog Entertainment. I'm just another geek from East LA. This is your disc jockey here, Patrick J. Martinez. We are coming at you from the beautiful city of Boyle Heights, California. We are posted right here on Brooklyn Avenue. everybody. And just right now, this is the working title. We're going to just keep this working title, The Garage. I am definitely feeling it, considering that we are talking about the Bandito action vehicle, which is also brought to us not only by Oddfrog Entertainment, but it's also brought to us from the 112th Street Chop Shop. And that's where all the work is taking place in terms of this vehicle. Now, within this hour, we played some really cool jams, a little bit of souldies. We got a little bit of punk rock, hip hop mix combination right here. We had a lot going on. Just keep it here because this will ultimately be your favorite mixed music genre show. I'm going to do my best to get music to compel you and encourage you and influence you to create. So that's going to not only just be directed towards all my toy photographers out there, but that is a promise that I'm going to make to all you artistic creatives out there. A little bit about myself really quick before we end this hour, just so you guys know a little bit about me, but there ain't no need to learn too much about me because at the end of the day, I am a boring guy. I am a community disc jockey out here in California, in the beautiful city of Boyle Heights. That is where I transmit out of. I have 2 mixed music genre shows that I host out here in Boyle Heights. I am part of the Boyle Heights Arts Conservatory. The Boyle Heights Arts Conservatory uses KQBH LA 101.5. That is one of their services that they provide the community. So I am a disc jockey out here for an outlet called KQBH 101.5 FM. We are community built radio. I host 2 mixed music genre shows. Ham Radio Monday nights, live Monday nights from 8 p.m. to 9 p.m. PST. You can also catch me live every Saturday as well on a show called Studio B. Studio B, again, also is focused on pop culture and entertainment, and that's the show where we have a lot of deep dives with various artists and crafters, independent recording artists, independent filmmakers, athletes, models, comic book writers, comic book artists, local vendors, entrepreneurs have passed through and shared their story with us. So as the weeks and months go by, as the Bandito is being pushed for pre-orders and getting pushed into production and then ultimately into the hands of us collectors and those that ordered, we will grow just as much. So what we're going to be, just stick with me here in the garage. Soon we're going to have people coming in. We're going to have people talking about the car themselves, maybe bring in some people who normally aren't part of this toy community. We're going to bring in other people that will definitely see the beauty behind the Bandito. So who knows who's going to roll up into the garage and kick it with your man here, Patrick J. Martinez, just another geek from East LA. Also, I'm one of the founding members to what is called the East LA Cape. The East LA Cape is me and a group of other collectors and business people who started our own comic book convention here in the city of East LA. Our whole purpose was to bring a comic book convention to a community who may or may not, a lot of us may not find ourselves in a lot of these conventions, and just to give everyone around an understanding of what this culture really is, while bringing in the family, the whole family coming in. So I am part of what is called the East LA Cape Comic Book Art Pop Culture Expo. We originally started as East LA Comic Con. We're going to be getting into some this year, but that is not important. That just give you a little bit about me. I'm also an avid toy collector, been collecting toys for decades, and just like many of you here, 1/12 is my favorite terms of scale. So I'm super hyped for this. And like many people who have said about the Bandito, I believe the Bandito is going to transcend all groups of people outside of the toy photographers and the toy collecting community. And that's what I'm going to set out to do. I'm going to look for other people outside of this community who believe in the Bandito in the way that we do. I'm going to catch you guys on the next one. And don't forget those streaming plats that you can find 1.12 FM Bandito Radio. So go on up to Spotify, Podbean, and the Oddfrog Entertainment over at YouTube. And you know what, everybody? Let's leave you with a couple more, maybe one more. Let's not go over too much over our hour. This is K. Ooh, this is coming from the garage out here in Boyle Heights, California, off of Brooklyn Avenue. And I'm just another geek from East LA, everybody. I will catch you on the flip side right here at Bandito Radio 1.12 FM, brought to you by Oddfrog Entertainment. And don't forget to get your pre-order in. And there are 3 outlets right now that you guys can go to secure your pre-order for the Bandito action vehicle. You guys can go secure your pre-order over at oddfrogentertainment.com, helladopetoys.com, and nerdzoic.com. We're going to stop over in Jersey, and we're going to leave you with Belladonna playing Solitaire.
C'est drôle, on dirait que vous avez couru.
Oui, après vous.
Après moi? Et vous venez à ma rencontre?
Mais justement, je vous ai vu tout à l'heure. Alors vous comprenez, le choc, l'émotion, le temps de me décider. Et vous étiez déjà loin. Alors, comme j'ai horreur de suivre une femme, j'ai couru pour vous dépasser et précisément venir à votre rencontre. Et maintenant, je vous quitte plus. Dites-moi au moins quand je vous reverrai.
Bientôt peut-être, sait-on jamais avec le hasard.
Oh, Paris est grand, mon chéri.
Paris est tout petit pour ceux qui s'aiment comme nous d'un aussi grand amour.
Steady safe where I'm alone in my head. The one place where I can open my chest. And it's my soul intent, wrote it for the hopeless and dead. A world full of posers, so I'm solo instead. Staring at this cracked ceiling as I'm token assessed. Moping, depressed, and hanging on to false hope for the best. Look how they left, gain your trust just to fold in a sec. The sad feeling back, bleeding from the phoniest friends. Open the blinds, see the lies that they hold me against. And it reminds me why I close them again. My days bleak and they're meant to be forever, I know. I press delete on every letter I wrote. Not mean, she just pretends to be defensive and cold. Cause a sensitive soul is better when alone, so just let her go. I fade to peace as I lay beneath the place that I've created. Of the shade, it awaits for me. Then they came with an escape key, so they were breaking me free. I told them leave, please, it's safety and it's made for me. Cause it's safe where I'm alone in my head. The one place where I can open my chest. The same faces buried in the grave where I lay. The same place where I stay, barricaded and safe, playing solitaire.
J'ai éclaté de rire sans raison, sans penser à rien d'autre qu'à rien.
Said it's safe where I'm alone in my head. The one place where I can open my chest, playing solitaire.
1.12 FM Bandito Radio, brought to you by Oddfrog Entertainment, everybody. And please don't forget to secure your pre-order, everybody. This is 1.12 FM Bandito Radio. This is just another geek from East LA, and we're coming at you from the garage. Good night, everybody. I'm going to catch you on the rebound, everybody. Stay tuned for much, much more coming at you.
Tune into the static, whispers in the night. Mira's Morgue awakens, where shadows take flight.
Welcome, my delightful denizens of darkness, to another chilling installment of Mira's Morgue of Midnight Madness. I am your ghoulish guide through the graveyard of ghastly tales, your undead DJ of dread, Mira. A shout-out is deserved to Anime Figure Statue Collector for doing the photo challenge for Mira's Morgue on Instagram. Thank you so much for participating. I hope you didn't have any pressing engagements. Because once you step into my morgue, the only thing leaving is, well, probably that sense of safety that you were clinging to. But don't worry, I promise to return it. Eventually. Tonight, I've dug up a particularly fiendish relic from the golden age of radio horror. A series that crept through the airwaves back in the shadowy days of the 1940s. A show that whispered terrors into the ears of unsuspecting listeners at the stroke of midnight. Yes, my darling deviant playthings. Tonight's feature presentation is none other than The Murder at Midnight, a program filled with eerie echoes, devilish deeds, and suspense so spine-tingling it would even make the Grim Reaper sit up and take notes. Oh, I do love the sound of doom ringing through the halls, don't you? Now, before we pry open the coffin on tonight's tale, let me remind you, fiends, that if any point during the episode your radio starts talking back to you, that's probably normal. But if it starts demanding snacks, you may have a bigger problem. But enough chatter, my dearest, dearly departed. It's time for Murder at Midnight.
Midnight.
Hook, wait. Come back here.
Wait, nothing. I said you were nuts, crazy. And... No, don't.
I'm sorry, Hook. Very sorry. But I had to have it. I'm going to have it. And once you're dead, you'll never miss it.
Midnight. The witching hour when the night is darkest, our fears the strongest, and our strength at its lowest ebb. Midnight, when the graves gape open and death strikes. How? You'll learn the answer in just a minute in The Dead Hand. And now, Murder at Midnight. Tales of terror and retribution by one of radio's best-known mystery writers, Robert Newman. Its title, The Dead Hand. The small studio cottage on Dr. Martin Trent's estate. Seated at the piano, alone in the gathering darkness, is Roger Blaine, the famous pianist, and playing as only he can play.
Can't you hear me, Lorna? You must hear me. And you must come here now to me. I'm calling you, Lorna. Calling to you in a way you could never resist. With my music, making your heart beat faster, your breath come quicker. Lorna.
Hello, Roger. Am I disturbing you?
Always, Lorna.
Martin's out at the hospital, and I heard you playing, so...
That's not why you came, Lorna. You came because I called you. Because you promised you'd come and give me your answer.
What we talked about last night, my going away with you? Roger, I must have been mad. I don't know what got into me.
Don't you, Lorna? This is what got into you. My music. Telling you things I never could tell you in words.
Roger, stop. I can't think when you play like that. I can't leave him. He's my husband. I love him, respect him.
Can you love a surgical instrument? Can you compare what you feel towards him with what you feel now, this minute?
No, it is different. Roger, how can we? He's your friend. It was he that brought you here, gave you the cottage.
And haven't I given him anything? Music like this. Music such as no one has ever heard before.
Roger,
Lorna, listen to me. To what I'm saying here. I love you. I need you. It was you who helped me find depths within myself I never knew existed. You've got to come away with me. You owe it to me, to yourself, to the world.
Roger,
you
please.
Want to. You know you want to. And you're going to.
Roger, no, I can't. I tell you,
You are.
All right.
Lorna.
We can talk to Martin when he gets home tonight. Tell him. I think he'll
No, Lorna,
understand.
there'll be no talking, no explaining. My car's outside and we're leaving right now. The music, my music, was still with me as we drove out through the gates, down the highway, pulsing, throbbing. Yes, I could hear it, but could Lorna? I glanced at her sitting there beside me. Happy, dearest?
What? I don't know, Roger.
You don't know? Don't you realize what this means, Lorna? I'm playing better than I ever played before, and this is only the beginning. After my New York concert, South America, then Europe.
Roger, are you sure you love me? Me as a person?
Oh, what do you mean, Lorna?
I know you've said you do, but whenever you've talked about it, Roger, about us, you've talked in terms of your music. Roger, are you sure that's not what you love?
Well, of course I'm sure. If I didn't have my music, if I couldn't play, I don't think I could live. But it was you. You who lifted me to heights I never dreamed of, technically, emotionally.
Roger, stop the car. Turn around. Take me back.
What?
Take me back.
I don't understand.
I do, for the first time. With Martin away so much, I was lonely, flattered by your attention. And your music was like a drug, keeping me from thinking. But now I can think. And I know you don't love me, and I don't love you, so please, Roger, take me back.
No.
But, Roger, can't you see? This whole thing was a mistake.
It was not a mistake, and I won't take you back.
Well, I'm going back, whether you take me or not, and if you won't stop the car...
No, let go of that brake! Let go of that ditch! Look out! We're going to... When I opened my eyes, I was in a bare white room in a hospital. Standing next to the bed were Lorna and Martin.
Hello, Roger. How are you feeling?
What? I don't know. What happened?
You were out driving with Lorna. The car got out of control and you had a smash-up. They rushed you here to the hospital and, well, you've been here for 2 days.
Smash-up? Yes, I remember. Are you all right, Lorna?
Yes, Roger, I was shaken up, cut a little bit.
My hand hurts. Especially the fingers. Nothing happened to it, did it, Martin? I've got a concert in a few weeks, you know.
Roger, don't stop it.
What? What? Why are you looking at me like that? Oh,
Don't worry about it, Roger. Not now.
But I've got to know. I've got to see.
Roger, please.
It's gone. Gone. My hand. My left hand. Martin, what did you do to me?
Roger, I think you know how I feel about you, about your music. You've got to believe me when I tell you there was nothing I could do about it. Nothing. It was your hand or your life.
My life? And what is my life without my music? There's nothing worse than nothing. A living death. Why didn't you let me die?
Don't say that, Roger. We'll do anything we can. There must be something.
Something? There's just one thing. You've got to get me another hand.
We will, Roger. There have been some wonderful developments in prosthetics as a result of the war.
I don't mean an artificial hand. I mean a real hand.
What? Roger, you're mad.
No, I'm not. You took my hand and you'll get me another one.
We'll talk about it some other time.
You think I'll forget about it, don't you? Don't you? Oh, I won't. I say I'm going to have another hand, and I will have one. And what's more, you're going to help me get it, do you hear? You're going to help me. I was able to get up and around a few days later. I didn't talk to anyone if I could help it. Because somehow I couldn't ever look at their faces, only their hands. Big hands and little ones, long-fingered ones and stubby ones. Yes, they each had two hands. And I to whom my piano meant more than life, had only one. Then, sitting alone one evening, I met Hook. I looked up, and there he was, a small, slight, sharp-featured man.
Hello. Nice evening.
Yes, I suppose it is.
You mind if I sit down for a couple of minutes?
No.
I wouldn't usually bust in on anybody except that... Well, I'm getting out of here tomorrow, and I feel pretty good about it.
Oh? What was wrong with you?
Bad heart. I'm going to have to take it easy from now on. It's going to make it kind of tough in some ways, but... you don't happen to have a cigarette on you, do you?
Well, yes, I do have. It's, there... Well, at least I did have a silver cigarette case. Can't seem...
Is,
Find
this it?
What? Oh, yeah. Where did you find it?
In your pocket.
You mean you took it?
My name's Harris, Joe Harris. You usually call me the Hook. This is my racket. Or rather, it was until,
You're a pickpocket.
Well, one of the best in the business. But now with my ticket going bad, I guess I'll have to lay off, except like now for a gag. You didn't mind, did you?
Mind? Well, certainly not. I'm very impressed. As a matter of fact, do you mind if I look at your hands?
Look at them? What for?
They're beautiful. As beautiful a pair of hands as I've ever seen. It occurs to me that you say that you don't know what you're going to do when you leave the hospital here.
Well, I just hadn't thought about it much. Why?
I've got a proposition that might possibly interest you.
No kidding. What?
Well, I'd rather not discuss it with you here and now, but I expect to be leaving here myself on Friday. If you'd like to come and see me sometime after
You say where and when?
Well, I've been staying at a little cottage on Dr. Martin Trent's estate. I'll probably be going back there. How about Saturday night, late, around 11:30?
Fine. Okay with me.
Then it's a date. I left him there, hurried back to my room. I wanted to be alone. Had to be alone, for I was afraid that what was on my mind might show in my face. It certainly was a date. A date with death.
A man obsessed, half mad, and his unsuspecting victim. Will both of them still be alive to hear it when the clock strikes 12 for murder at midnight? And now, here is Roger Blaine to continue Murder at Midnight.
I did leave the hospital on Friday, went back to the little studio cottage. By Saturday night, my arrangements were completed. They weren't very complicated. I made it clear to Lorna and Martin that I wanted to be alone, and I picked up a length of iron pipe. The pipe I hid inside the piano when I heard footsteps coming down the path. There was a knock on the door. Come in.
Hi. Not too late, am I?
No, you're not too late.
Hey, pretty nice place you got here.
Yes, it is. Quite nice. Sit down.
Oh, thanks. Now, what's this here proposition you want to talk to me about?
It's a very simple one. How would you like to make $10,000?
What do I have to do?
You don't have to do anything. Just sell me something. Your left hand.
What? You're nuts.
No, I'm serious. I've got the money right here in cash.
I don't get it. I just don't understand.
Look, I'm a musician. I'm a pianist. Or I was until I lost my hand. If I can't go on playing, then life doesn't mean anything to me. My own life or anyone else's. But you, how important is your hand to you? Now, an artificial one will do almost as well. And you can live for quite a while on $10,000.
You mean you really thought I'd sell you my hand? Let you cut it off? I'm getting out of here.
Look, wait.
Wait, nothing. I said you was nuts, but I didn't really think... Oh, what are you going to do with that? No, don't. You can't. Some way. Somehow I'll get you for this. I swear.
I'm sorry, Hook. Very sorry. But I have to have it. I'd rather not go into what happened after that. I got rid of the body, and then I went to see Martin.
You don't look well, Roger. Anything the matter?
No, I just came to see you about your promise.
My promise?
Oh, your debt, whichever you choose to call it. I told you I wanted another hand, that I was going to get another hand, and that you were going to help me. Well, now you can help me.
What do you mean?
Look in here, in this package. See?
Good Lord. Where did you get this?
It might be better if you didn't ask too many questions. I'm fighting for my life, for more than my life. You took my hand away from me. Well, now you can give me this one.
You mean you honestly, seriously think that I can perform an operation of this sort, do a graft, and that after I'm finished, you'll be able to use the hand?
Why not? Operations of this sort have been done, haven't they? With other parts of the body? The eye?
The cornea, not the eye. And some nerve grafting has been done. But this... Look, Roger, I know what a shock this whole thing has been to you. Know it better than you. You're not a well man.
A well man? I'm only half alive. And I'd rather be dead than go on living this way. But if I do die, I won't die alone. That's why I brought this along.
Roger.
A gun. Quick, easy, painless. If you won't do what I want, you die. And so does Lorna. Both of you, along with me.
You don't give me very much choice.
No.
All right. You win. Get me to the hospital.
Even before I became fully conscious, before I opened my eyes, I knew that it had been done. That it wasn't his hand anymore, but mine. Still, there was something wrong. I couldn't analyze what it was at first, but it was there. A feeling that something wasn't quite right. That perhaps it wasn't entirely my hand. I sat up. The hand was a mass of bandages, stiffened with splints. And inside the bandages...
Careful, Roger. Don't touch them.
Huh? Oh, Martin, I didn't see you.
I've been here with you ever since last night.
Last night? You mean I've been out that long? 24 hours?
It was very important that you keep quiet. You've been under sedation.
Oh, yes, of course. But this isn't the hospital.
No. I brought you home with me, back to the house.
Oh.
I thought it would be best for several reasons.
Oh, that's very smart, Martin. We don't want any questions, do we? Not yet. You did do it, didn't you?
What? Yes.
I knew you would and could. And it's going to work. It is working. I can feel it.
Please, Roger, you must be careful with that bandage. You can't touch it, move it, disturb it in any way.
I won't, Martin. But I don't have to. I tell you, I can feel the fingers moving, even inside this. And in another week or so...
We'll see.
Yes, we'll see. Got a cigarette, Martin?
Of course, I have it right. That's funny.
What is?
My cigarette case. It was right here in my breast pocket. I must have left it downstairs or at the hospital.
It doesn't matter. I can do it. Look. Martin.
Yes?
I think... Here. Yes, here. Here it is. Under my pillow.
What? How did it get there?
I don't know.
It must have fallen out when you bent over. But no.
Why are you looking like that?
Because I think I know how it did get under my pillow.
What do you mean?
When fingers learn something, a special skill, they don't forget it, ever. Mine never have. Even when I'm not thinking of what I'm doing, they go on playing by themselves. These fingers here, they haven't forgotten either. You understand?
I'm afraid
Forget it. I'm awfully tired all of a sudden, Martin. Would you mind?
No, Roger. I'd like you to get as much rest as possible. There's a friend of mine coming here tomorrow to see you. Another doctor.
That's fine, Martin. I'll see you in the morning. Yes, I was tired, but that wasn't why I asked Martin to go. I did it because I wanted to be alone, because I had to be alone, because I knew now what it was that I'd only sensed before. The hand, Hook's hand, had a will of its own. It had picked Martin's pocket without my even being aware of it. I lay there alone in the darkness after Martin went, not touching the bandages, but flexing the fingers, forcing them to obey my will. I had to do that. I knew I had to do it because I suspected what might happen. And what did happen proved that I was right. I fell asleep finally. And while I was asleep, I dreamed. I was walking down a dark, labyrinthine corridor somewhere under the earth. Then...
A little closer, Roger.
Huh?
Just a little closer.
Who's that? Who's there?
Just me. Waiting for you.
Hook!
Yeah, Hook. I said it'd get you.
Well, out of the darkness came a hand that clutched me by the throat, gripped it tighter, tighter, tighter. I fought against it, tried to scream, and woke up. Yes, I woke up. And my waking was more horrible than the dream, for the hand was there, gripping me by the throat, moaning, exerting every ounce of my strength and will. I fought it off and pulled it down. I lay there, bathed in a cold sweat, staring at it, feeling the fingers quivering inside the bandages. My hand or his, I was tied to it now. Tied to a thing that was seeking to destroy me. Shaking convulsively, I leaped out of bed. I ran out into the hall and down the stairs to the living room. The piano. That was the one thing that might save me, save my reason. Seating myself at the piano, I started to play, using only my right hand at first. But I tried to force my left hand, his hand, to join in. Then suddenly...
No, Roger.
No.
That won't work. No music.
Stop it. Stop it. Do you hear it? It's my hand now. It's mine.
No, Roger. Never.
But it is. I'm stronger than you are.
Nothing is stronger than I am. Nothing in the world. And there's no escape. Because we're one now, Roger. And wherever you go, I'll be there too.
It's not true. It's not. What are you doing?
Just a little closer to the desk, Roger.
No.
A little closer. That paper knife.
No, you can't.
But I can, Roger.
Come on.
I told you I'd get you somehow. Some way.
Put it down.
Drop. You can't fight against me, Roger. I told you. I'm too strong.
Margaret! Marta! Quick! Safe! The hand!
Where is he, Martin?
The living room. I heard the piano and... Good Lord.
Martin!
He's dead.
Why? How? He was saying something about a hand.
He was in a completely psychotic state as a result of shock and a sense of guilt. The state psychiatrist was coming tomorrow to commit him.
Oh, Martin.
That hand he brought me wanted me to graft on. I don't know where he got it, but I suspect that was behind the whole thing.
Behind it?
Yes.
Well, what do you mean?
You don't really think I did graft it on, do you?
Well,
He was desperate, and I had to do something to quiet him. I splinted his left wrist, wrapped it in bandages, and told him not to touch them.
But, Martin, that paper knife in his chest.
Which hand is holding it?
His right one, his good one.
Yes. And still, in a way, it's possible that the dead hand, the one he was so concerned about, did guide it.
Her eyes wide with awful comprehension, Lorna stares at her husband, then down at Roger Blaine's body as somewhere in the silent house, a clock starts chiming for murder at midnight. Remember to be with us again when death stretches out his bony hand and the clocks strike 12 for murder at midnight. With music by Charles Paul, Murder at Midnight is directed by Anton M. Leader.
This is the place for it. Deep down under the city, under the earth. The concrete cold and damp as the stone of a mausoleum. The question is, which one of them shall it be? You, sir? You with the gray hair and the briefcase. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Death.
Midnight. The witching hour when the night is darkest, our fears the strongest, and our strength at its lowest ebb. Midnight, when the graves gape open and death strikes. How? You'll learn the answer in just a minute in The Man Who Was Death. Now, Murder at Midnight. Tales of mystery and terror by masters of the macabre. Our story by Robert Newman is The Man Who Was Death. It's late afternoon in the studio of Jan Rolfe, the sculptor. The rays of the setting sun come through the smoke-filmed glass of the skylight at an angle, casting long, dark shadows on the dusty floor. His face intense, Rolfe stands before a more than life-size head of gray granite, cutting away some of the hard stone, then pausing to examine his work.
It's still not right. I still haven't got it. And I don't know where I've gone wrong. The eyes, they would be brooding and half-closed. But shouldn't they be all-seeing? Let's try it. Who's that? Who's there?
Mr. Rolfe, Aline Moffat.
Aline? Oh, yes. Just a second. What is it, Aline?
I told you I wouldn't be able to get here until late, Mr. Rolfe, that I was going to be modeling for Clayton in the early afternoon, but you said it didn't matter.
Oh, yes, I forgot.
If you don't need me, don't feel like working.
No, it's all right. Maybe it would help if I worked on something else for a change. Come on in.
Something else? Oh, that head.
Is that the first time you've seen it?
Yes. You always kept it covered up before. It looks very powerful.
Powerful, eh? Go on over to it, closer. Tell me who you think it is.
All right. It's a man. Pretty big man.
Man. I knew it wasn't right. But if that's all you get out of it... Where's that mallet?
Mr. Roth, what are you going to do?
This, I'm going to smash it! Almost 6 months' work, but... There! Do you know what that was supposed to be? Death! Yes. For centuries, man has been haunted and obsessed by the fear of death. I'm going to do something no artist has ever done before. Show mankind the face of death.
Mr. Rolfe, I don't think I feel like modeling this afternoon.
You're frightened. Why?
I don't know. The whole idea of
You too. What I wanted to show was the beauty, the peace that lies in death. Death's strength and inevitability and... Wait a minute.
I'll phone you tomorrow, Mr. Rolfe.
I said wait. It's beginning to come to me. What was wrong? To do a study, portray something, you've got to understand it, inside and out. You've got to know how your subject thinks, feels, project yourself into it. To do a study of death, I've got to know all those things about him. I've got to become death, and that means...
Mr. Rolfe, no, you can't!
But I can, Aline, I must. How can I understand death, become death, if I don't kill?
Miss Craig?
Yes, Nancy Craig.
I'm Jordan, Harold Jordan of Homicide. I imagine you know why I asked you to come down here to the morgue.
They said it had something to do with my roommate, Aline Moffat. Is she...
If you think you can take it, we'd like you to make the identification.
I think I can.
Ah, good girl. She's right here under this sheet. Ready?
Yes. Oh, Aline. How did it happen?
I'll cover her up. Well, we traced the laundry mark. We're pretty sure we knew who she was.
How did it happen?
She was found in the river. But she was dead before she went in, strangled.
Murdered? Oh, but why? By whom?
We don't know. We thought you might help us with that, too. Tell us what you know about her.
There's not much to tell. She was a wonderful girl. Came from out of town, out west somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
You wouldn't know it from the way she looks now, but she was beautiful. She used to do modeling.
Any boyfriends?
Oh, no one in particular. She went out with a lot of different men. Everyone liked her. It's why I can't understand.
Who does she model for?
A few photographers, but mostly painters and sculptors. Let me see, there was Jensen, Clayton, Rolfe. As a matter of fact, I think she was posing for both Clayton and Rolfe.
Better this time, much better. Things I can put into it that I never knew. Never felt before. Now, let's see. No! Still not right. Still something missing in... Not just a shade of expression, but something basic, one of the keys to the whole concept. But what? Haven't I played Death's role, killed just as he does? Haven't I... Wait, that's it. Of course. Is that how death strikes? Without thought, on the spur of the moment? No. He picks and chooses. Decides just who shall die and who shall not. What's missing is the consciousness of power. The knowledge that there is no appeal from death. That he is the supreme authority. And that means that... Yes, I must kill again. And this time... Who's that?
Police department. Can we come in and talk to you for a minute?
Why, yes, of course. Just a second. Police. They don't know anything. They can't know. But I better cover this up.
Mr. Rolfe?
Yes.
I'm Jordan of Homicide. This is Nancy Craig. Sorry to bother you at this time of night.
No bother at all. Please come in.
Thank you.
I'm investigating the murder of Miss Craig's roommate, Aline Moffat.
Murder?
You didn't know?
Why, no. I never read the papers. The last time I saw her, 2 or 3 days ago.
Well, it happened just 2 days ago. Now, we've been checking back. We have an idea that you may have been one of the last people to see her alive.
If there's anything I can do to help, anything at all.
Could you tell us what happened when you did see her last?
Of course. She was due here at 3 o'clock, but actually came at about 5.
Mm-hmm.
She said another artist had delayed her.
Clayton, that's right.
I had already started working on something else, and since she looked so tired, I suggested we call the whole thing off. She seemed pretty happy about it, left, and I'm afraid that's all I know.
Was there anyone else here? Anyone that actually saw her leave?
I'm afraid not. You see, I'm the only tenant in the building who lives here, and I'm afraid everyone else had gone by then.
Well, that sounds pretty straight to me. I guess that's that. Thanks very much, Mr. Rolfe.
Not at all. Afraid I haven't been much help. But if you can think of anything I can do...
We'll keep in touch with you. And in the meantime, well, maybe you should start reading the papers, just every once in a while, huh?
Right. I hope you read them too, my friend. Especially tomorrow's papers. Because I have a feeling that there just might be something in them that will interest you. Night. And a fine small rain. Yes, this is how he would move. Walking slowly through the darkness. Searching. Weighing. Selecting his victim.
I beg your pardon,
What?
sir. But could you tell me if that's the uptown subway over there?
Why, yes. I believe it is.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Not at all. Subway. What better place to make my choice than there? Deep under the earth. The concrete cold and damp as the stone of a mausoleum. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. Yes, this is it. This is the place. The tunnel dark as a yawning grave. The platform edge like the verge of infinity. And this is how he must feel. Studying. Selecting. Which one of you shall it be? You, madam, with the worn coat and the draggled hat. Why are you looking at me like that? Do you know what's in my mind? Don't be afraid. It won't be you. You, young man, with the books and the glasses? No. Then what about... Yes. Down there at the end of the platform, my friend who suggested this. My prosperous-looking friend with the gray hair and the briefcase. Don't look up at the track so impatiently. A train is coming. But so am I. Good evening.
I beg your pardon, sir, but I'm afraid... Oh, I didn't recognize you at first. Why, you're the chap.
Directed you down here, yes. But I felt that you should know exactly who it was you spoke to. Allow me to introduce myself. I am death.
What? What do you mean? What are you doing to me? Let go! Let go!
Quietly, the man who is death steps back from the edge of the platform as the train grinds to a stop. The woman screams. And somewhere in the distance, a clock strikes 12 for...
Murder at midnight.
And now back to the story of the man who was death. It's late the next afternoon, and Jordan is alone in his bare cubbyhole in police headquarters when there is a knock on the door.
Come.
Hello, Mr. Jordan.
Oh, hello, Nancy.
You don't seem very happy to see me.
I am, and I'm not. It's a nice change to have someone as pretty as you come down here. On the other hand...
You haven't gotten anywhere with Aline's murder.
No motive, no clue, no nothing. I'm afraid we're licked.
But you can't be. You can't give up.
I'm sorry, Nancy. I don't like it either, but, well, it happens sometimes.
But you can't let it happen. Not in this case.
Yeah, you're pretty well wound up, aren't you? How about letting me take you out, buy you dinner?
No. Oh, I am upset, yes, but...
What's the matter?
Oh, maybe it's nerves. that trip down to the morgue, the whole atmosphere around the case, but would you think I was mad if I told you I felt that some horrible power was abroad? That Death himself was stalking through the city?
You and Mrs. Dolan.
Mrs. Dolan? Who's she?
Well, that accident in the subway last night, a guy who fell or jumped in front of a train. Didn't you read about it?
No.
Well, this Mrs. Dolan was one of the witnesses, and she swears that just before it happened, she went all goose pimples, felt as if death was breathing down the back of her neck, and that she was going to die.
It's true, Hal. I know it is. I mean, well, that's exactly how I felt. I can't remember just where or when, but sometime during these past few days, I felt that I was in the same room with death myself.
Well, like you said, it's probably nerves. Strain you've been under. Just the same, it's kind of a funny coincidence. I think maybe I'll go see Mrs. Dolan, talk to her. You want to come?
I don't believe so, Hal. Somehow I feel we're awfully close to the answer. If I could just remember where and when it was I felt that way, that I was in death's presence. I think I'll go home.
Okay, Nancy. I'll call you there after I talk to Mrs. Dolan, and, well, maybe we'll find that we really have something.
Just a little more off the cheekbones. Get the gaunt feeling of a skull under the flesh. No, it's still not right. Still something missing. But what is it this time? Didn't I stalk and select my victim? Didn't he recognize me for what I was? Death himself. And didn't... Wait, of course. It's never just the victim alone who knows, fears, and fights against death. It's all of society, medicine, science, the police. All of man's resources from time immemorial lined up against death. And he still triumphs over them. That is the secret and the measure of his omnipotence. That is the last missing element. And that means that I must kill yet again. And this time, not just, but the whole world must know it. And be powerless to stop me. This time, who's that? Who's there?
Nancy Craig, Mr. Ross. I don't know if you remember me.
Nancy? Oh, yes, just a second.
I'm awfully sorry to be bothering you again,
That's perfectly all right. Isn't Mr. Jordan with you?
No, I came alone. Well, there was a little experiment I wanted to try.
Oh, please come in.
Thank you.
Just what was this experiment?
It was probably pretty silly, but I had to try it. Thinking back, I had a queer feeling that... What's that?
A bust. Something I'm working on. Something I hope will be my masterpiece. Do you like it?
I'm afraid No. Oh, it's awful. It's terrible. It was here that I felt it. Here in the studio, and you...
Yes, Nancy. It was I who killed Aline Moffat. And also a gray-haired gentleman with a briefcase in the subway last night.
That piece in the paper, Mrs. Dolan.
Exactly. You see, that bust over there is a study of death. And to do a study, you must project yourself inside your subject. That meant I had to become death. Where are you going?
Out of here, you're mad.
No good, Nancy, no good. I locked the door when you came in.
Oh, but you can't. Oh, you can't. Help!
No good either. We're 5 stories up. And all the other tenants have gone. You came here at a very opportune time for me. I had just decided I needed one final victim. And I'm afraid that's going to be you.
I'll never forget it, Mr. Jordan. It was pretty late, about 12 o'clock, and it was raining. There were only a couple of people on the subway platform, 3 or 4, and I was standing by myself, not thinking about anything in particular, when suddenly this feeling came over me.
What kind of a feeling?
Oh, a feeling that this was the end. A feeling that death was standing there, right close behind me. I got so weak and shaky that I thought I was going to faint. I shut my eyes and leaned against one of the posts, and that's how it was that I didn't actually see the accident.
Mm-hmm. Well, did you turn around when you had that funny feeling? Did you notice whether there actually was anyone standing behind you?
I did. There was just a young fellow with glasses and another man, kind of strange looking, now that I think of it.
Strange? How?
He was about 35 or 40, pretty big. I guess it was his hair. He wasn't wearing any hat, and, well, it was almost white and very long and bushy.
What? Did he have a thin face, gaunt, and deep-set eyes?
Why, yes, I think he did have. Do you know him?
I'm not sure. If I do, then I may know a lot of other things, too. Good Lord. Nancy.
What?
I've got to get out of here.
Just a second, young fellow. Where do you think you're going?
In there. No one's going to... Hanrahan.
Oh, there you are, Jordan. Where the blazes have you been?
What do you mean? What's going on?
A devil of a business. A lunatic in the top floor studio there. He phoned headquarters, asked for you. Said that he had a girl there that he was going to murder. Said that he wanted us to know, even though there was nothing we could do to stop him. We thought it was a gag at first.
Well, what are you doing about it?
Everything that can be done. I've got men all around the building. Up on the roof across the street, outside his door.
Well, can't you break down the door?
Sure, and finish her off quick. He said that if we tried it, he'd bash her brains out with that big hammer that he's working with.
But there must be something. A Tommy gun from the roof across the street.
He's got her right in front of him, so that if you got him, you'd get her, too. I tell you, there's nothing, absolutely nothing anyone can do.
You're wrong, Hanrahan. There's just one person, one thing that can stop him.
What's that?
Death.
Oh. You're getting impatient, my dear.
Oh, why are you doing this? You know you can't get away with it.
Get away with it. You think I care? That it matters to me whether I live or die when I finish this? I'll never be able to surpass this, but neither will anyone else. I know now how death must feel. And I've caught it forever. For all men to see in stone.
Yes, friend Robert. You have. And you've made me very proud.
What? Who's that?
You don't know? Even though I've been on your mind for months now? Even though you're just finishing my portrait?
You? Where are you?
Where would I be? Everywhere. Outside in the hall. Down in the street. Here in the studio with you.
Can you be seen? I must see you. I must.
Very well. Walk this way. Over towards the door. A little further. A little further.
All right, here I am, Rolf. Maybe I don't look the way you thought I would.
Jordan.
Yes. Now drop that mallet and get your hands up.
It was you, and I thought...
Get him up, Rolf, I said.
Okay,
if that's the way you want it.
Help!
It's okay, baby. It's all over now. Have you loose in a minute?
Jordan, are you all right?
Yes, break the door down if you want to come in. I'm busy.
Oh, you got him. But how?
I talked to him through the vent pipe from up on the roof. I figured that if he was crazy enough to do all the things he did do, he might be crazy enough to believe death could pay him a visit. When I'd maneuvered him far enough away from Nancy here, I jumped through the skylight.
Hal, look.
Good Lord.
What is it?
That bust he was working on. He said it was a study of death. And in a way, I guess it is. Because it's a self-portrait.
Two men and a girl staring down at the body of the dead sculptor lying next to his weird masterpiece. But is it possible that there is still someone else in the studio? An unseen presence that has been there since the clock first struck 12 for...
Murder at midnight.
Remember to be with us again when death walks through the darkened streets, while the clocks strike 12 for
Murder at Midnight.
The part of Jan Rolfe was played by Frank Behrens. With music by Charles Paul, Murder at Midnight was directed by Anton M. Leader. Midnight, the witching hour when the night is darkest, our fears the strongest, our strength at its lowest ebb. Midnight, when the graves gape open and death strikes. How? You'll learn the answer in just a minute in The Secret of XR3. And now, Murder at Midnight. Tales of mystery and terror by radio's masters of the macabre. Our story by Max Ehrlich is The Secret of XR3. The death house. A man sits in a tiny cell, his head bowed, waiting for the moment when he will pass from light to eternal shadow. The clock ticks on, but the time is not yet, not quite yet. Then footsteps sound in the corridor. The door opens.
It's almost time, my son.
Yes, Father. I know.
Is there anything I can do?
No. Still, I'm glad you've come. Father, look at me. Look at me closely.
Yes?
I frighten you, don't I? I terrify you.
No. No, my son. Nothing frightens me except the evil in men's hearts.
And am I evil?
I don't know, my son.
Father, sit down. Let me tell you my story, and then when I've finished, perhaps you can tell me. They call me Gorgo. All my life I've been a little man, only 3 feet high. Perfectly normal in every way, you see, except for my height. Perhaps you saw me down at the Century Theater not so long ago, the vaudeville team of Petrov and Gorgo, acrobats supreme. Petrov was a huge, ape-like man who tossed me through the air like a rubber ball. The audience liked the act. The contrast between the big Petrov and the little Gorgo intrigued and amused them. And on the stage, I laughed and smiled and went through my tricks like a happy little fellow. But in the dressing room, it was different.
I did not like your performance tonight, Gorgo.
But what was wrong with it, Petrov?
You were slow. You landed too heavily. You did not smile enough.
Yeah, but they liked us, Petrov. You heard them. We got 3 curtain calls.
We should have gotten 5.
Petrov, I did my best, my very best. Believe me.
Your best was not good enough, little one. Perhaps you will do better tomorrow if I lock you in your room tonight without supper.
That was Vladimir Petrov, a gorilla of a man and master of my body and soul. How I hated him. How many times I wept in the silence of my room. All my life I had walked in the shadows of bigger people. See, all my life I had looked up instead of straight ahead, endured the stares of the curious and sensed the pity that was in their hearts. And that was why I used to wait in the alley near the stage door between performances, because it was dark there. I loved the dark. It protected me and hid me from those who stared and mocked. One night...
I beg your pardon. You a Gorgo?
Yes?
My name is Dr. Meade. I saw your performance earlier tonight. I was just coming in to see you.
Yes? What about?
Oh, I happen to be an expert in glandular work, particularly in the function of the pituitary or growth gland. I think the results of my recent experiments will interest you.
I don't understand, Dr. Meade.
Did you ever hear of XR3?
XR3? No.
Well, it's an extract, a synthetic, I discovered about 2 years ago. In my experiments to date, whenever I injected it into stunted or dwarfed animals, they grew.
They grew?
Yes.
You mean to normal size?
Well, by using controlled doses, yes.
You mean if you could do this with animals, then you could...
I don't know, Gorgo. I think the time has come to try. Except for your size, you were perfectly formed, just what I've been looking for. I came to ask you if you'd volunteer.
Yes.
You understand, I can't guarantee a thing.
I understand, and that doesn't matter. Dr. Meade, you don't know what it means, even the chance. A chance to grow to normal size. Why,
One thing, though, I must have your written permission.
My permission? Yes, Dr. Meade, I'll give it to you gladly. I'll do anything.
You speak a little hastily, do you not, Gorgo?
Petrov.
Yes, little one. I'm sorry, Dr. Meade. I'm afraid you will have to find someone else for your experiments.
Someone else?
My little friend cannot act as your guinea pig without my consent. You see, I am Gorgo's legal guardian, and I have the papers to prove it.
No, Petrov, no, you've got to give me this chance.
Silence, little fool. As I said, I am sorry, Doctor,
But, my dear sir, if I can make Gorgo grow to normal size...
If you did, what would become of our act? It would be worthless. The people come to see Big Petrov and Little Gorgo.
Do you mean to say, Mr. Petrov, that you would let your vaudeville act stand in the way?
Yes. I spent years building the team of Petrov and Gorgo. Do you think I am going to let you ruin my investment now?
Petrov, please let him do it. You've got to.
Shut up, you little fool, and get inside.
Petrov!
As for you, Doctor, I wouldn't advise you to come around here again.
This was a blow I could not stand. Dr. Meade had opened a prison door for me, and Petrov had slammed it shut again. I resolved then that come what may, I would have my chance. The very idea of the XR3, of becoming a man like other men, made me drunk and gave me daring. One morning, while Petrov was away, I paid a visit to Dr. Meade at his office and begged him to try the experiment without Petrov's permission.
I'm sorry, Gorgo, but I cannot. The experiment would be very delicate if anything should happen without your guardian's legal permission.
No, I'll run the risk, Dr. Meade. I'll be glad to.
I'm sorry, but it can't be done.
I see. Dr. Meade.
Yes?
Just what does this XR3 look like?
Well, I've made it up in capsule form. Here, I've a whole bottle of the capsules in my desk drawer. As you see, they're green in color.
So those are the magic capsules. Thank you for letting me see them, Doctor. Thank you very much. Late that night, I slipped out of my hotel room and down the fire escape. Keeping in the shadows, I went to Dr. Meade's office and climbed through the grilled bars in the window. It was easy for a man of my size. And when I left, I had the bottle of XR3 capsules in my pocket. Well, that was Saturday night. I took one capsule, and then another. They made me ill, lightheaded. Then I fell into a deep sleep. And then a knock on the door wakened me.
Who is it?
Pedro, why are you sleeping so late?
I don't feel well.
Ah, my little one does not feel well. What a pity.
Please, Petrov, I want to sleep.
Very well. Today is Sunday and there is no performance. But tomorrow, my little Gorgo, you had better be in the best of health, understand? Otherwise, I'll see that you really become sick.
After he left, I fell into the deep sleep again. And then something woke me. My muscles ached as though I had been stretched on a rack. It was daylight again. It was Monday. My pajamas seemed uncomfortably tight, and I looked down, and the sleeves only reached my elbows. I stared, and my heart stopped beating. Then I remembered the XR3. Like a drunken man, I staggered over to the mirror, looked. Yes, I had grown. I had grown. My pajamas were stretched to bursting. I was growing. I was at least 5 feet tall. 5 feet tall! It was almost time for the performance now. Petrov would be coming for me any minute, and I didn't want him to see me. Not yet. So I piled furniture against the door and waited.
All right, Gorgo. Time to go to the theater.
I can't go, Petrov. Not tonight. I'm still sick.
What? You little swine, do you think I'm going to postpone a performance because you're sick? Open the door.
No. Petrov, no. Don't come in. Don't come in.
You little fool. I'll break every bone in your body.
I had the key, and I heard it turning in the lock. The furniture against the door would only hold for a minute, and I ran to my valise, took out a straight razor, and then, like a frightened animal, I waited.
Barricade the door, you. I'll show you what it means to be. Now, my little Gorgo. In the name of heaven, what?
Yes, Petrov. I got it. I stole the XR3, and I took it. Now, you see...
You idiot. Do you realize what you've done? You've ruined the act. You've ruined it. Do you hear?
Yes, but I'm a man now. I'm a man, not a dwarf. They won't stare at me now. They won't...
No? That's what you think. If that doctor could make you grow, he can make you small again. Smaller than ever.
No, Petrov, no!
Yes, Gorgo. You've grown, but not so much that I can't handle you. We're going to see him right now.
Petrov, no! Let me alone, for heaven's sake!
Don't struggle, you... Razor! No, don't!
I told you to leave me alone. I told you. And now it's all over. We've played our last performance together, Petrov.
A doomed man sitting in the death house pauses in his story, recalling the first time the clock struck 12 for...
Murder at midnight.
And now here is Gorgo again, continuing his story to the priest in the death house.
I stayed in my hotel room another day and took 2 more XR3 capsules. And when I looked into the mirror that night, I was over 6 feet tall. That was enough. That was all I wanted. Now I would leave the hotel. They'd never know who killed Petrov. They'd be looking for Gorgo, a 3-foot midget. Never suspect me. Yes, I was in the clear. I stripped Petrov, put on his clothes, They were a little tight, but they did well enough. Then I went through the lobby and into the night. The mere experience of walking was exciting, exhilarating, as though I were walking on a high fence. And nobody looked at me twice. The staring eyes were gone. I was normal. First, I had to find a place to live. I passed by a boarding house with a sign, room to let. I rang the bell.
Yeah, what is it? Oh, hello.
Hello. My name is Baker, John Baker. I saw your sign about a room.
Yeah. Oh, would you like to see it, big boy?
If you don't mind.
I don't mind a bit. Come in. Come in. It's a lovely room. We got a nice class of people. I'm sure you'll like it.
I'm sure I will. But first, Miss...
Devlin. Rhoda Devlin.
Yeah, Miss Devlin, I just wanted to say I've been living in hotels all my life, and I can't give you any references.
Forget it. My mother owns the place, and, well, we're not exactly formal. Besides, you look good to me.
I do?
Yeah. I always did go for big men.
Big?
Yeah.
Oh. And I've always liked pretty girls. This was a dream come true. I was a normal man, and a normal girl was attracted to me. She was blonde and blue-eyed, and her head came up to my shoulder. A week passed. A week that was beyond my wildest dreams. I took Rhoda out, and we went everywhere. I fell in love with her. Madly in love. She was so small, so delicate. I wanted to protect her always. She had opened up a new and magic world to me, a world of light and love and laughter. And then, one night it happened. I was taking Rhoda home from the movies, and we were passing a billiard parlor, and there were several idlers in front of the place. They began saying things.
Hey, look at the giant.
Yeah. How's the weather up there, big boy?
Hey, girlie, what do you got there, Pike's Peak?
You wait here, Rhoda. I'll shut their mouths for them. All right. I crack the skull of the next man who opens his mouth.
Please, Johnny, don't bother with them.
Yeah, but they're saying...
I know, but don't mind them. Let's keep walking.
No, I won't.
Please.
Yeah. All right.
Well, what do you know? The big baboon trying to throw his weight around.
I wanted to smash their jeering faces, knock them down. But Rhoda and I walked on to her mother's boarding house, and she was strangely silent as we entered the dimly lit foyer. She hadn't said a single word since we had passed that billiard parlor. I was vaguely disturbed. I took her in my arms, but she pushed me away.
No, please, don't.
What's the matter, baby? Is it what those men at the billiard parlor said?
I don't know. It seems to me you're growing bigger. Right before my eyes.
Growing bigger?
Yeah. I thought at first I was seeing things, but now I know it's true. I know it's crazy, but when we first met, the top of my head reached your shoulders. And now...
Yeah? What about now?
Now it doesn't reach your shoulders anymore. You've grown bigger.
No, Rhoda, you don't know what you're saying. This is your imagination.
No, it's true. We'd better not see each other anymore. I'm afraid of you, John. You're too big now. Good night.
No, Rhoda, listen.
Oh, don't touch
Rhoda,
me.
please.
Oh, let go of my arm.
No, not until you hear what I have to say. Rhoda, I love you. Do you hear? I love you, and I'm not going to let you just toss me aside.
Let me go, you big slut. Let me...
Oh, stop that. No, stop that screaming. You want to wake the whole street up.
Go.
Stop it. Stop it. Hey. Stop that screaming. Stop, I say.
Let me go.
Yeah.
You're hurting me.
Hey, Rhoda! 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 No. Her lifeless body sagged in my arms. I'd forgotten my own strength. And in my fury, I'd strangled her. Like a man in a dream, I lowered her body gently to the floor and then turned to look at my reflection in the full-length mirror in the foyer. Yes! Yes, it was true. The pitiless mirror reflected a giant. I'd grown at least 6 inches. The XR3 had continued its work, was making me grow even now. Now I was a freak again. They stare at me again and pity me. The beautiful, normal world I had so briefly enjoyed came crashing down over my ears. I ran out of the house like a wild man and into the street. Dr. Meade. Yes, I had to see him. At once, I ran to his office, avoiding the well-lit streets, and the light was on, and I prayed that he was in. I knocked on the door.
Yes, what? Good Lord.
Hello, Dr. Meade. You remember me?
Why, no, I can't say that I do.
Look up into my face, Doctor. The features are the same you looked down upon not so long ago.
Gogo the midget.
No, Dr. Meade. It's Gogo the giant now.
So it was you who stole the bottle of XR3 capsules from my desk.
Yes.
And this is the result. This and Petrov's murder.
He deserved to die.
It does not alter the fact that it still was murder.
Dr. Meade! I'm not here to argue law with you. I want you to save me. You've got to stop this growing process.
But how? What can I do?
An antidote. You must have an antidote.
I'm sorry, but I haven't. There just isn't any.
What? No antidote? Oh, you're lying.
I assure you I'm telling the truth, Gogo. I was interested in making things grow, not making them smaller.
Yeah. Then I'm lost. There's no way out.
I'm sorry.
All my life I was a little man. I wanted to know what it was like to be a big man. Now I am big. Too big. Isn't that amusing, Doctor? Too little and then too big. Like the swing of a pendulum. I wish I were little again. As I knew what to expect then. I was used to that. Now they'll stare at me again. They'll laugh and jeer at me. Gogo the giant. Gogo the giant.
I think we'd better call the police, Gogo.
Well, Father, that's my story. See, that's why I'm here in the death house. Now, tell me, am I evil?
No, my son. You have been unfortunate, but not evil. You have sinned, yes. But you have been sinned against, too, and they're coming for you, Gogo.
I hear. And I'm glad.
Glad?
Yes, glad. I don't mind dying now. This world, Father, what has it ever meant to me? But there, in the next world, there no man will be strange, and all will be equal. And perhaps there I will find peace.
With firm and measured tread,
The man who was first too small and then too big walks down the corridor. And the iron doors along the way rattle and clang like the chiming of the clock when it first struck 12 for
murder at midnight.